Needed.
There's also this. Just give us a count. Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is day 2 of the World University Chess Championships taking place here in Katowice, Poland. I'm Lawrence Trent with Marcin Tazbier. He's going to help me go through all of the games today. Round 2 this morning, round 3 in the afternoon at 4 p.m, so we'll be covering both rounds. As for yesterday, Marcin, there wasn't really too many shocks. Maybe the big shock was Zhang losing to Yvette Morales Garcia.
Yes, especially that she had really good position.
Yeah.
A perfect one, pair of bishops, so one pawn up and so on. I think she overlooked bishop f6.
Yeah.
That's the point, I think. But still, I think it was the biggest surprise. Then some draws, occurred, but nothing more.
Well, the two Polish players got very lucky, didn't
Yes, yes. And as I told you yesterday, the guy from China touched a rook.
they?
Yeah, I asked Kasper yesterday.
He touched the rook.
That's why he had to move rook d2 and
Oh, wow.
give back the exchange.
Wow, that's very hard luck for the Chinese player.
Yeah.
Clearly very underrated.
Yes, for
They're
sure.
a force to be dealt with. The games have kicked off today, Marcin.
Yes.
Where do you want to go first? Should we check out? We did the women's yesterday. Should we go to the men's?
All right. Let's do it like that.
We're not so many moves yet. They kicked off just 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, so at the first board, only 2 moves.
Yeah.
Gurov.
This is Bachulun. This is one of the all Grandmaster, excuse me, Grandmaster ties. There are a few of them this round. It just shows how strong this competition is.
Yes,
Unbelievable. Already in the second round.
Yeah. In the morning, the English opening. We'll see what will.
Lots of moves here, so we can't really discuss.
Bachulun will choose how to play g6 and further the development of the bishop on g7 or e6, some Nipsovich style.
Or e5 or
e5,
c5.
yeah, there are plenty
million
of moves, yeah.
So
How about the second game?
Yes. Aha. So we have a bishop b5 check Sicilian.
Yes, knight c6, casting at bishop d7. Anders Saryan plays against Jan Krejci from Czech Republic, and so Krejci is playing with white. He does like to choose. If he plays e4, he doesn't play some really theory. He chooses something else. Usually he plays d4, and then. But from time to time he chooses e4. I was playing against in German Bundesliga. I was playing in the last season against Divyakov, and I really suffered really hard game. I started without 2 pawns, and then with black, and then I was playing for 7 hours. So of course I lost the game. I almost lost my flight back, but it was quite funny to play such a long time.
In this position?
Yeah, in this position, yeah. I think we have played rook e1 now.
Yeah. That's the main move, isn't it?
Yes. a6, bishop took d4.
Ah, you took on...
Knight d4. Yes, knight d4. And now I've played rook c8, which is of course not a theory. And after knight c8, I didn't see anything. Knight c3, e5, or something like that, as far as I remember. Here e5, but then I overlooked knight f5, something like that. It was really totally lost after the opening. Although it's quite tricky thing, not the main line. And here I think knight f6 is much better. And then knight c3, I'm forced to play it. And now even g6 is quite okay for black, I think.
Yeah.
So, but it's a different story. We'll see what Mr. Andresian will choose to play. How it worked out. Let's look at the board number 3, I think.
All right.
Okay, two moves. One move, actually. Knight f3, c5. I'm curious whether Shimanov would like to play e4. He has an opportunity to play Sicilian. But of course, he can choose g3 and then just a type of d4 structures.
Sure.
So
Or he can play c4.
anything, actually, almost. So we can choose e4 or c4 or g3 with an idea of d4. It's hard to say. He's playing against Evandro Barbosa.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
okay, I cannot predict after one move what will happen. Sorry. And here we have Nimzowicz defense in Lu Świercz.
Yeah, this guy, Liu Yiping, I saw him last year at the World Cup. Very dangerous player. He's only 24.66, but he gave Kamsky a real hard time. Nearly beat him in the World Cup. No, this Liu Yiping is really dangerous, so Darius has to be careful today.
Yep. Knight, Queen c2. Okay, there are plenty other moves, but a3, e3, f3, knight f3, and so on. So plenty of them.
This is the classical variation, isn't it?
Yeah, and
Queen c2
also
classical.
very popular. Casting a3, because Darius wanted to play after knight f3 for sure the Ragozin d5, and he's also an expert, quite an expert in it. But opponent has chose Queen c2, castle a3, bishop c3, Queen c3. Of course, the plans of black would be connected with b6, bishop b7, and then attacking the. It depends whether d6 or d5 and c5. It depends on black's idea. Let's look further.
Okay.
We'll see
Yeah,
them.
we'll get the games downloaded. So,
As you can see, not many moves done yet.
no, it's only 7 minutes in.
Yeah.
We have a few more moves in this game.
Yeah, in this game, so already 11 of them.
All
we were here,
theoretical. And
D5,
D5.
yeah. Knight f3, dc, Queen c4, and b6.
Yeah.
So Darius opened the long diagonal and now puts a bishop there, bishop a6, Queen a4, h6, bishop h4. I don't know actually what's
I think
here about.
the around this point, the question was whether white can go bishop f4, but I believe that bishop a6 is good enough for more than sufficient counterplay. Black gets a rook to the c file very quickly, and white has got some problems developing.
So that's why white cannot take on c7, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. So you don't really see that anymore. That's really thanks to the work of Kramnik. So bishop g5 has been seen a lot, bishop a6, and now this queen a4 move. Now here, I can't remember if it's c5 straight away. There are some move order tricks, but there are lots of forced lines. In fact, you know, I can't remember exactly, but something like c5 takes, rook d1, something like this, and if queen c7, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but
it's not going to happen because h6 was played.
Because h6 was played, but something like this. There have been a number of draws, similar idea. I can't remember the exact position. I'm not an expert in this.
Knight d7. I took on this. I
Yeah,
take on
you
d7,
can
queen
take on
f6,
the-
queen g5.
right.
Yeah.
So I think there is a few ways for white to bail out, but I remember this game, Kramnik-Mamajarov. I think that's a crucial game. If you know anything about that, please put it on our Facebook page. We'd like to hear from you, facebook.com/chess2014. We are not using any databases here, so we have to rely on our memory.
Yep.
And let me tell you, mine is not what it used to be.
And I don't have really big, you know, wisdom in openings, so
You're not an opening specialist.
not really.
A bit like me. That's good.
I like to play chess actually, no?
Yeah, well, absolutely.
To do everything, prepare everything at home, and then
Bishop h4, yeah, and in fact c5 was
c5
played.
was played, yes.
So, again, this injection of h6, this interjection, I should say, of h6, does make a difference in a lot of positions. So Darius will be very well aware of what's going on in this variation, and you know, we'll see.
Yes, his preparation is always very good.
Yeah, he's in his book for sure.
Okay, and then
And then
opponent took on
so
c5.
he's going to take. Maybe actually after rook d1, the queen goes to b6. Maybe that's the correct move.
And because of h6, I have an opportunity to go on h7
Right, exactly.
sometimes.
But even this, check,
King h7.
well, queen e4
Oh, I
check.
cannot.
But actually, maybe you
I
can.
yeah, because of queen a4, and then you cannot take it.
And bishop b7 wins the queen. So maybe you can.
Yeah, but after queen e4, I can play f5. I think f5.
Yeah, you can play
because
f5.
after king g7, I would make a draw, and
Yes.
Darius is for sure not interested in such a result.
Sure. So, so we had a slightly different move. Maybe some. This guy is very well prepared. This Liu Yiping. So, rook c1. So a slightly different idea. Just attacking this c5 pawn, but you know.
I think the difference is not so big.
Just queen b6 here?
No, as well. I cannot play knight b7 because it has to protect the bishop on a6. So, and for sure I have to protect the pawn. Somehow. Yeah, I think queen b6 is a correct move. Then I have an opportunity to protect this pawn with support the queen with rook c8 if needed. But I think that the player with white will take on f6.
Yeah.
Who will take on f6, and now I know play something like
Queen c2.
queen c2, yeah.
Queen c2 is possible.
Knight
But-
d7 and so
yeah.
on.
But
And
you know, how do you develop your pieces?
I
Isn't it?
think he
Maybe
should
go
play.
g3.
How about queen d2 now?
Ah.
Take a pawn on h6. Maybe it's not allowed because of rook a d8. White is not developed enough, and that's why even after taking on
No, and
h6,
take
you
on
don't have
b6.
a perpetual check.
No.
So after queen b2, black should be already very good.
Yeah, I don't think that will happen.
Darius is thinking now, so let's move maybe to the other game.
Yeah, sure. Where should we go? We've had 12 moves in.
All right, in Krejci
In Drazian's game, we've had 12 moves.
already, yes.
So let's. Oh. This position. So let's go, after rook e1, knight f6, c3, a6. He came back. This
He
is the
came
other
back.
main line.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop g4, and now h3 straight away. d4 is also a very interesting move here. But h3 is the main line.
Yeah, it's very popular to exchange this bishop from
Yes.
white light squared bishop of black, because if not, then it doesn't really have enough space on the board, which is quite interesting. That although the pawns of black are set on black squares, white squared bishop doesn't have a good place. That's why black actually always wants to exchange it, and it was in the game h3. Took
And
g6,
g6.
yeah.
This
Of
is
course,
normal.
he goes on the long diagonal, is the best place for his bishop. d3, bishop g7, bishop e3.
Yeah, White's plan is simple. He's going to play knight to d2. And then actually he's going to retreat this queen home. The reason he does that is he gives a square for his knight on f3 and then can prepare in some positions a d4 break. He can also think about some moves on the queen side. But you see this queen d1 move a lot in this variation. I think Van Kamp and Jones, etc., who have played this with White, have played this way. And the problem Black has got, let's just say, castles, knight d2, is as soon as you go knight d7, I go queen d1, and I put this knight on f3, and I get in d4.
Yes,
And as
I'm
soon
not
as I
attacking.
get in d4, White must have an edge, but it's not easy.
Yeah, maybe black should play e5 in such a position. We have knight d2, b5,
So knight d2,
and b5 straight away.
castles. Oh, you didn't castle, no?
He did.
No, bishop d3,
Bishop,
castles,
castle,
knight,
and then
knight d2, b5.
yeah, exactly. We have this
Okay.
position now, b5. Of course, black's idea is to attack on the queen side.
Sure.
But those pawns on b2, c3 can be weak, and we want to make it make our bishop longer. So
I still expect. I'm not sure if I expect queen d1 now.
I would rather prepare the opening of b file. Actually, I would play either a3, yes, or bishop rook b1, just to prepare it for the opening of the line. But of course, before the square c4 is prepared for a knight, and also I will play queen d1 and queen c2 to protect the c3 pawn. maybe like that.
I'm not sure.
Even d4 is quite interesting, I think. After
I think
b5.
a3 is more likely than this move. But
Krejci is playing quite fast.
playing very quickly, yeah.
Yeah.
He must still be in book here. This is a theoretical position,
For sure.
so I'm sure he knows what he's doing here. So we'll see what happens there. Let's check out the top boards of the women's section, shall we?
Yeah, in a moment. We should.
Yeah, and we've got your girls, your country women, on a few of the top boards today.
Just like yesterday. Anna was playing on the first, Alexandra was playing on the first board.
Yes.
And even at the end, we were analyzing a little bit that she could have played bishop f2 instead of h5.
Ah.
Oh no, even after h5, sorry. Instead of taking on, after rook f4, she could, instead of taking on g7,
Bishop
she could
F2.
have played bishop f2.
And it
Just
holds?
not to, yeah, it holds, yeah. I think so, because there are no mating motifs. After rook g4, I just play king h2, yeah? And all the lines are protected.
Wow.
And I will just exchange the bishops because it stands on d4, rook on c3 and pawn on e5, so it cannot escape. So it was really a hope of making a draw.
Wow. Unlucky for her. Well, today on board one, we've got the victor of that game, Yixing Ding, playing against Juliana Sayumi Terao from Brazil. She played at the Olympiad just last week. And
She might be a little tired.
she might be a little tired, yeah. And we have a very strange looking bishop e2.
Bishop e2, I think bishop d3 and knight c3 are the main moves.
Sure.
For sure. Of course, after bishop d3, bishop c5 is very hard to show that white has any advantage. I know the game, we were laughing at it because our friend Piotr Bobras, also grandmaster from Poland, was playing against Vichy Anand in the Bundesliga, and he was playing with white, and he made a draw, easily draw. And a friend of his called him and said, "So, come on, you made a draw against former world champion." I said, "Okay, so should I have played or further or what? I didn't have any advantage." Yeah?
Well, it's a good result, individual result. But bishop e2 is slightly offbeat, but it can transpose to a lot of classical variations. But Juliana plays something a bit.
b5 I don't like actually, because b5 is good after knight c3. So then white already moved their with his knight on c3. Then it can be attacked by b4, and then it should come back somewhere, yeah, on b1 to go on c4. And now it can go straight ahead after e4 b4. The field c4 is prepared really for a knight, and it will go there easily without losing a tempo. So b5 I don't like.
It's a bit
actually.
dubious, maybe.
Yeah, maybe queen c7 just to wait for it.
Yeah.
Knight c7, queen c7, and then just to play knight knight f6. It was a different possibility to play here, and after casting, for example, knight f6, something like that.
Yeah.
Wait what happens with that knight, because somewhere white will have to choose whether to play knight. We'll have to play knight c3 actually, or bishop d3, which would be a loss of tempo.
Sure.
So b5 I don't really like. a4, b4, castle, bishop b7, knight f3.
Bishop f3, yeah.
Here bishop f3, yeah. It's quite interesting. I would play knight d2, being honest, but also this pawn has to be protected somehow. Maybe the idea also actually now to play e5, straight ahead.
Very possibly.
And even after queen c7, it's also possible to play e5.
Straight away, yeah.
Straight away, yeah. Just to put the pressure and to win some space. And then the knight from, when it goes to d2, c4, it will be really tough piece. So of course white doesn't have to play it.
Yeah.
How
Also-
to develop further, I think.
What about a5? That's also, just to say, okay, what are you doing? Knight f6. And if knight d2, something like this, if you go bishop c5, maybe I can come back this way. I don't know.
But
And
it's
queen
not
e2 and
d6, something like that.
d6, knight c4.
Maybe the bishop should not go on a7, but on e7. Just to protect the d6 pawn. Somehow I will have to do it.
Queen e2.
And I will have to think of d5 now.
Yeah. But maybe I just take.
I will take on with a knight.
And
At c4, it's something like that. Doesn't look bad for black, I think. I will make a castle and then knight d7. And
looks okay, yeah?
Looks okay because of the c2 pawn weakness. So I don't think that plan would be the perfect one. So it's quite...
Even the move c3 is...
It's tempting, yeah. Because to make some space for a knight from b1, because it's hard to say what path should it take. Or through it, yeah?
c3, and then the point is, after knight f6, we can just... Queen e2 or something.
Yeah, I think so.
And the problem is, as soon as you move the bishop, I take. So now I take. You take back. And probably just go knight c3.
Yes, exactly. It's not a problem for me to give away the pawn.
No, you can't take this pawn.
Yeah, for sure not.
And castles, I don't know, some quiet move.
Bishop g5 even.
Bishop d2.
Or bishop g5.
Bishop g5.
Also possible.
Queen e5. Yeah.
No, bishop g5 isn't so good because of queen e5.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But
maybe
no, not. Oh, you're right, because I thought about bishop g5, queen e5 taking on f6. In such a position, I cast them. Queen e5, take, and I thought maybe e5 is working, but it's not actually.
Bishop takes f3.
Knight f3.
Okay.
But still, it's not so. Yeah, queen moves somewhere, and I will go rook fd1, for example, just to attack the d7 pawn. Okay, black will have to sacrifice, and for sure the compensation is good enough for black.
Easily.
Okay,
this is a bit far.
Yes, a little bit, yeah.
We need to find out which move she did play. Queen c7 still on the board. So, this is the position on board 1. Let's go to board 2, Marcin.
Okay. Where were we?
We haven't looked at this yet.
We haven't looked at it. Okay. So the Sicilian with knight c6. So the dragon variation with knight c6. c4, so the Maroczy system. Bishop g7, bishop e3, knight f6, knight c3, castle, d6.
Yeah.
It's not. I think the more popular is d6, just.
Yeah.
But still, d6 must.
It has been played.
Yeah, of course, must be okay. Castle, bishop b7, and rook c1.
In the 1950s, Marcin, they said, if you play the Maroczy, you can't lose. It's impossible.
It's almost true. Radek Wojtaszek actually did win against Viorel Bologan, as far as I remember, with black against Maroczy. But he lost also some crucial game. I think a few years ago he wasn't to 700 yet, but he lost against Polish grandmaster Łukasz Cyborowski. Because I don't like to play Maroczy with black. It's really passive, and you don't have any idea how to develop well. So making a draw with white is really easier than with black.
Mm-hmm. But it's not so easy always to win. Rook c1. What is black's move now? The point is, what happens?
We cannot take a pawn, of course.
Takes.
It loses piece.
A piece. So that doesn't work.
So it's a hidden protection of a pawn e4. Not very complicated though.
No. I think she'll see that one. And you can see that.
Both of them, I think, can see it.
The bottom of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, facebook.com/chess2014. That's our website, our Facebook page. Please post your comments on there. If we get a really good comment or question, either for me, for Marcin, about the tournament, about chess, whatever it is, make sure it's family friendly. This is a family show after all. We'd be more than happy to answer.
Exactly.
But we've got a lot of games to go through, Marcin. Let's carry on with the
Women's
Polish girls. Let's see how they're doing. Wow, Bishop H. She played this?
Yes,
or did you misclick this?
No, maybe. I will see it because
She played bishop h6.
Really?
She did. Wow. Maybe this is still
Yes,
theoretical.
she did.
Maybe this is still theoretical.
It's quite a surprise for me that she made such a move. But maybe it hangs on e4 now.
Oh, wow.
She just took a pawn.
You can take maybe on f6, but then you just take on c1, right?
Yeah. Although my pawn structure is destroyed, but I exchange up. So was it really not? And she's quite sure because she's got more than 1 hour 30 minutes, more than 90 minutes when doing this move, bishop h6. So she must be sure about it.
Maybe this is a trick in this line. Very possible that this is
Yeah.
a well-known trick.
So maybe f3 was line here.
Yeah, f3 here
Just
looks.
play calmly, protect this pawn. Rook c1 didn't look so bad, but maybe it's just losing a pawn. Quite curious. Rook c1, she took and bishop h6.
Wow.
Anna lost already 15 minutes of her time,
Yeah, she's been thinking for 15 minutes here.
so it's a surprise for her for sure. How about maybe e5 is the best?
Yeah, that's what I was
solution,
looking
yeah?
at, yeah. e5, bishop takes rook. Hold on a second.
I don't have to take on f6.
Yeah, you can play.
Maybe I can play there are two possibilities.
Mm.
Either I can take on c1 or I can take on f6. But I don't believe in this move because of bishop coming back.
Right.
Yeah? And the knight cannot go somewhere else to kill black's king because both of those squares are protected. Maybe bishop f3 now, something like that. Maybe this is a good compensation for black. Because I think that after bishop f3, queen f3, e6, the bishop on h6 can be attacked.
But even still,
Alright.
rook e8. Ah,
But e6, why
e6
to move?
why
so,
to move? Queen
yeah,
h3 is
Queen
strong.
h3, yeah, straight ahead. And then bishop f4 can go because of g3. And the bishop has to stay on the c1 h6 diagonal, not to give mate for black. So it's not possible to play. So maybe this one is quite ef, might be quite interesting. Although I think of I cannot take on b2 because of queen d2. And after, no, I can, sorry. Because after queen, bishop c3, no,
Queen c3?
Queen,
Oh, you want to go?
I wanted to play queen
Queen
f6,
f6?
but then I take on f6
Yeah,
with a pawn, and I'm actually
That's
probably winning.
Yeah, well, almost certainly.
And after queen c3, still, I think even playing e5 is quite interesting, just to sacrifice a pawn to have some possibility to move somewhere. But even d6, I think white will not manage to give a mate here.
No.
I'm actually sure about it. So here white does have a big problem now. Although I think it's the best idea to play e5 to give this exchange, and to play after bishop c1, not to take on f6 but on c1. Maybe this is the best solution, but still I don't believe this sacrifice is good enough. It's sufficient. I will play knight e8 or knight e4. Both of them are playable.
Doesn't feel sufficient though, right?
Yeah, for sure not. So maybe it was a really big mistake.
Maybe it's a
C1,
well-known. Let us know if it's a well-known mistake, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, please.
Put something on our Facebook page. Is this a theoretical position? We would love to know. Let's go to another game.
Okay.
Another Polish lady, Marta Bartel.
Playing black against Lydia.
She's the
Konikova.
wife of Mateusz.
Of Mateusz,
Yeah.
yes. They were a couple for a few years and now they are married.
How old is Marta?
Marta is at my age, so she's 26.
So young. Everybody's getting married nowadays.
Yeah, I know, but
What's going on?
especially women.
Especially women.
I don't know why.
Do Polish people get married early? Is that quite normal?
It used to be a tradition, but nowadays it's just like in the rest of Europe, rest part of Europe. My brother is 33 and he's still not
He's still not
not married, but of course he's in a relationship, but he doesn't want to marry, so it depends.
Right, okay.
e6, queen d2, and bishop e7, castle, long castle, short castle. So for sure the attacks will occur f3. Of course, white prepares some plans with g4 and developing those, pushing those pawns up, h4 and attack. And black, of course, should play a6. And then queen will have to come back on c7. So maybe this loss of tempo will be very important. Although on the other hand, let's see that because of queen b6, the knight stands on b3, not on d4, when he can attack much better. So it's quite interesting. f3, rook d8, bishop e3, queen c7, queen f2. So white doesn't want to allow to play a6, b5 because of bishop b6. Yes, it's quite an easy trick. And it's the question, how should black develop his advance of a pawns on the queen side?
Well, knight e5 is a move.
Of course, going then on d4. But after knight e5, you have to be careful, because I think I can play knight b5 and you lose a pawn on a7.
Ah, yeah.
So it's
maybe knight d7.
Maybe knight d7 is the solution, just to protect this very important square.
But then knight.
The pawn on d6 is protected, so knight b5 doesn't make any sense, because then I will play a6 and b5 is just help. It's some kind of help for black, the a6 and then b5.
Yeah.
And here it's very important that black didn't play any move just like a6 or g6. So white has some problems with attacking on the king side, because he cannot catch any pawn. Yeah.
There's a very good word for this in English, for all of you who want to know this. If there's a pawn on g6 or h6, even f6, that can be attacked and help the attacker open lines. It's called a hook.
Okay, I hope.
It's called
just
the
like
hook.
in Polish.
Yeah. Is it the same?
Literally,
yeah.
But I didn't know, that's why
How do you say hook in Polish?
Hack.
Hook. Hack. Hack.
It's the same, just like Captain Hack, with that.
Yeah, Captain
from
Hook.
from
Captain
Peter.
Hook.
Yep, Captain Hook, yeah, exactly.
How do you say captain?
Capitan.
Capitan Hack.
So it's almost the same.
Capitan Hack.
Yes, Capitan Hack.
There is no Capitan Hack in this game, though.
Yes, exactly.
Malta is that's good news for Malta.
So how is the game actually going? We'll see now. Queen f2. So Marta is thinking of a 12th move after queen f2. So probably she will have to use knight d7.
Yeah.
Not to make any hook.
No hook. No Captain Hook. Let's go to the next game.
All right.
Another Polish lady.
I didn't say pairing yet. This is a surprise for me. All right. And she started with the English opening.
This is Kulon versus Dogodkina, by the way.
Yes. G3, bishop g7.
Kulon is... how old is Claudia?
I think she's 22 now.
22?
Yes, I remember.
Very young.
We were playing in the same...
We're very old, me and you.
Maybe.
We are.
Maybe that's the point. But
Sad.
Marta is... No, because Marta would be also old, so she's not.
Marta?
So I'm young. Maybe you're old.
Maybe. I feel old, that's for sure.
Right. And e3. I'm not sure whether it's a good solution. I played for a long time. I've played English opening with white, and I don't think that it gives any chance actually to make a really big advantage, but a stable one. And e3 is the plan of moving your knight on. It's good, very good when black would play such a structure. Of course, it's not so smart to not play it now, but these two knights are very good and cooperating the bishop when the square d5 can be attacked and reached by the knights. And here e3 I think is immature.
You think it's?
Yeah, it's too fast. It's played too fast. e3, yeah.
The main move is to play e4 or knight f3.
Knight f3, I think.
e4 is a Botvinnik system where this kind of position can occur. I played this many times with black, and white has a space advantage.
But still, the point d4 and the long diagonal is really controlled by black bishop, so I think it's not so very good for white.
Okay, so e3 was played.
Okay.
And now c6.
Very
Interesting.
very smart move, I think. I was really afraid when I was playing with white. I was really afraid of such a move because white wants to take control over d5 and e4 points, and black doesn't allow it just by playing c6 and d5. Yeah? d4.
So we get this position.
So I don't think it's very good
Well,
for
white has nothing here, right?
Yes,
I
for
mean,
sure.
Black develops very harmoniously, knight c6. And if white ever plays knight f4, you can just play e6. It's not a problem. And with the symmetrical pawn structure, this knight is actually, well, we can see what happens. A6, h3,
H3?
I'm not sure about
What for?
castles. Maybe she was worried about, I don't know what she was worried about.
Yes, exactly. Because
It's early in the morning.
yeah, maybe that's the point. Yeah. No casting. So
What?
really, rook a7.
Going for the brilliancy prize. Going for the brilliant.
It's too
Is
deep
there a
for me.
brilliancy?
It's too deep for me, I must say.
What is that?
Maybe I know the idea of playing b5, rook c7, bishop b7, yes, but it could be done in a little bit different way. So it's the idea is to play b5, rook c7, and bishop b7, move queen somewhere, and then rook fc8. But still, I think it could have been done in a little bit easier way by playing b5 straight ahead, and then bishop b7, and rook c8. So I'm not. Maybe she wants to make a little surprise. Yeah, bishop rook a7.
Psychological move.
I think so. It doesn't make any difference. I think to move it from c8 by c8 to c7 or from a7 to c7, but maybe it's a psychological move really. Because there is no threat of bishop f4, bishop e3. And look, I think white will have some problems with that bishop on c1. It doesn't really have a good path because white has closed this diagonal, and for sure the bishop will go that way or on a3. But after b5 of black, bishop will still be closed. So I don't think this system makes a sense actually. Black actually answered in a good way for that structure of e3. Yeah?
Rook a7. Well,
Rook a7, but still it's quite strange.
brilliancy. Brilliancy prize she's going for. Let's go to the next game before we go back to the men's section, and we have Maria Fominka, the Russian playing the Mexican Yvette Garcia Morales, who had a great result yesterday. She made a great result, against Shang.
Surprise,
yeah, and let's see, we've got a well-known position here, Bogo Indian, and this is all well known.
Yeah, nice.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Trying to remember. No, it's too early in the morning.
Sorry.
Apologies. I analysed some game at the Olympiad, and there's some move order problem with this line for black, and trying to remember it, well, you've got more chance me winning the lottery tonight. Can't remember. All right, so we get a normal position anyway.
It's a regular thing.
Yeah.
A6
and
a5.
E5. I always like these positions for
yes,
black.
Because black just gave away the bishop, black squared bishop, and then put all his pawns on black squares, which is quite logical. And then d5, knight b8.
Yeah, to come round to a6.
This one.
But this maneuver is very well known. Actually, I saw a game I played in a tournament recently, and there was a game between a Spanish very good player. Watch this guy. His name is Jaime Santos. Incredible player. Really. I mean, really. He's already 24-70. He's very young. But I saw him play. The way he analyzes, we were just, wow. We were just in shock. And I remember he played against Delchev, very strong grandmaster, in this position. And he just, knight e1, knight d3, rook c1.
It's quite easy.
Yeah,
quite
really
quite
easy.
An easy plan,
and then I thought, oh, actually, maybe I don't like these positions so much for for black. Black is a bit passive.
Maybe it's very hard to say where to put your bishop in this position. Although on the other hand, bishop on g2 also attacks his own pawns. So it would be better to have pawns on e3, d4, just like in Claudia's position. But then, of course, black would have played something different.
And look how Fominka played. This is exactly the way you should play. D5, knight b8, knight e1. You bring the knight to d3. The knight on d3 does a great job of supporting c5, b4, f4.
A3, B4, yes.
A3, B4, and F4. Perfect location for this knight.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is a great piece. C6, she's trying to challenge something, but F4 anyway.
F4 anyway, yeah. For sure, black will play knight B, D7. And but where to put the bishop?
Yeah, it's difficult.
It's still the problem.
It is a problem still. Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe I would take on E5, and then just I would have this pawn, very solid pawn on D5.
Yeah.
So
not easy for black, but you know, still a solid structure.
Yes,
so
of course, knight B7, maybe then taking on D5 and B6. I don't know.
Lots of things are possible. We'll wait for Yvette to make her move. Let's go back to the men's section. We should have a lot more moves there. All right.
The first board, yes?
First board, Shugirov versus Bachulun. And
E5 was played.
He played E5. This is...
F3, and here...
Jan Gustafsson always says, there's a reason I don't play the English, and that's because they can put their pawn on E5. And they control the centre.
But I control the center as well.
True.
With pawn here.
Yeah, that's also true. But yeah, I think he's just joking a bit.
Yeah,
but,
I think so.
And now A3, very interesting move. I think the point is that if black ever plays D5 here, which looks natural, the problem is that
D5. Yeah.
The problem is that after takes. We get a position where
Sicilian.
It's a Sicilian reversed.
With A3, which is
A3.
quite...
It's a very useful move.
Yes, very useful, because after E4 we don't have Sveshnikov systems, because I can't play on B4.
Yes.
So such a move maybe. But it doesn't look really very nice for me.
No, you don't have to play E4, you can play Queen C2, that's perfectly fine.
And then also with some plans with E3, yeah?
Yeah, with E3, and you play a Khan reversed with an extra tempo. Which can't be bad.
Yeah, that's why A3 is quite tricky.
Yeah.
Bishop E7
and
B4. And D6. Of course, black doesn't want to lose a tempo, to play a position without a tempo. Sicilian reversed.
E3.
E3. E2, rook E8.
I think white's just looking to get a position today. Just wants something non-theoretical.
Yeah, with a small advantage.
Small advantage.
Step by step to develop it. Probably he will have to play D3. Now, bishop E2, bishop B2, castle. Or even without castling, it's quite interesting to play D3.
Yes.
Then bishop E2, and to develop the attack with H3, G4.
Wow, that's very ambitious though.
It can be done in that way because of the bishop on B2 looking at the long diagonal and making even a long castle. It's quite interesting to play rook G1 and G4. There are some plans when, even in some other openings, to play G4. I think Mikhail Krasenkov and Alexei Shirov would say something more about it, just to sacrifice that pawn and to have the G file opened, just to attack it. All right, but of course, how was it the game? How is it now? Queen C2, rook E8, and white is thinking now. So I think that D3, bishop E2 will be the next move. Let's move to the next game. Jan Krejcik against Zavin Antasarian.
All right, so
after B5,
you went D4. Of course, you can play this straight away.
Yeah, Honza played D4.
That's why a lot of players play knight D7 first to stop D4.
And there is a threat of E5, of course, and knight on C6 is attacked by queen, and the pawn from E5 attacks knight f6. That's why knight d7, d5. So white has gained some space for sure, and and black's idea will be to open the long diagonal by b4, and then b file for a rook after taking on c3, taking on c3. He will have to protect the a6 pawn, but then he wants to play something like rook b8. But so after d5, knight a5, queen d1. Quite interesting. Coming back as you already said. Maybe the idea is also to sometimes to play f4, but I'm not sure about it because of the f5 answer. It's quite maybe white's idea is to play f4, yes?
I think so. It's possible.
Yeah, black shouldn't play f5.
F5 feels very risky to me.
Yes, because the e6.
And also there's bishop on f1. You take and you can play bishop d3.
Even yeah.
Yeah, no, it's too risky to play.
Rook b8, rook c1.
I like rook c1. This is just a move to get off of the diagonal, protect c3. Black can't play b4.
Yes, because then I would take on a6 simply. But I was thinking also about, for example, queen c2, also to protect that pawn and to prepare oneself against d4, even to play c4, just to close that flank and to start some action on the second one. It's also quite interesting. Of course, I'm not.
You can take on a6. No?
Now I can take on a6, yeah. Because after queen b6, bishop returns, bc, bc, queen b2, and now even now I have queen a4 actually. even queen a4, and if it doesn't work, I can play here. Yeah,
exactly.
Rook ac1.
This doesn't work for.
It doesn't work for black.
Oh, so this is.
That's why I
rook
think
b8, rook c1 or queen c2, and now it's a bit tricky for black.
yeah, it's not so easy to play.
Yeah. We had about knight b6.
Knight b6, yes.
Maybe white also wants to play b3, just to restrict these knights. And you know the famous saying, Marcin, a knight on the rim.
Yes.
Oh, is dim.
Yeah.
How do you say this in Polish? A knight on the edges.
I don't really know that.
No, there isn't a Polish word. In German, it's Springer
Am Rand.
am Rand.
Is so
Spring. Oh, I can't remember.
So
It's too early.
okay, I cannot remember either.
Anyway, it means a knight on the edge brings shame and something like that. In English, a knight on the rim is dim, it's bad. And then black also has a knight on b6, which Tarash said is a bad place for the knight. And the reason why this is true is because
limited.
One pawn on b3 stops two pieces.
Exactly.
And that's a true story. So
it goes without saying, actually. And even b4 can be also quite interesting.
Yes.
Right ahead b4 now. But after knight b7, probably the knight on b6 will have very nice place on a4, and together with a bishop on g7, these pawns and the squares will be really attacked. So something will happen. But b3 is probably better, just to limit those pieces.
And now we can start thinking about the king's side, because
exactly.
You know, b4 is met by c4, c4 is met by b4.
Okay, but after c4...
No, this is horrible.
b4, I can try to play knight b7 with the idea of playing a5 and still knight a4. So it's quite tricky because...
Knight f3 is...
Knight f3, okay. Oh, and
knight
going,
d4,
knight d4 and
this
knight
on
c6,
b7 is terrible.
Yes, this knight is really limited by his own pieces and also by this pawn, yeah?
Also, I can just play queen d2, calm, and this is probably losing for black strategically. So I like b3. I don't know if he will play it.
I'm sure about it, actually.
Yeah?
Quite sure, yeah.
Because now you can just develop, you put the knight back on f3, you play queen d2, or you play f4, knight f3, queen d2.
Okay, so the question is, where did black make a mistake?
Maybe this b5 allowing d4 early
Maybe.
is inaccurate. I don't know. Maybe this is still all theory, but
If you have any idea, let us know. Please.
Yeah.
Use your Facebook, our Facebook.
facebook.com/chess2014. We would love to know what the theoretical line is after move 12 in Krejci versus Andrasian.
Oh, yeah, exactly. If please tell us if you can. We know it's quite early, but still somebody may watch us.
I'm sure we've got a lot of people watching us, Marcin.
I wish.
Let's go to another game.
All right, the next one, yes. Okay, Shimanov. We were somewhere.
So we got.
We were here, yes, actually.
Yes.
Somewhere here at the.
Oh wow, e5.
E5.
Okay.
Immediately, bishop b4. It's also theory for
Yes.
here. Bishop d2, a6. Okay. Check and d5 straight away.
This is all theory.
Probably, yeah.
Actually, this position, castle's knight b6. I think there was some Karyakin game in this line, and I think black was fine. So I'm interested to see what Shimanov plays. Knight a4. Yeah, takes. This is the position.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So it's quite interesting because I can take on d2 now.
no.
I can.
You can?
Yes.
Ah, you can.
Knight f4. I'll take, and bishop c6.
Mm-hmm.
Although I don't believe that there is any advantage after bishop d7. Maybe a really slight one after rook f d1, bishop c6 and queen c6.
Yeah, but black is holding this endgame.
Yes, for sure.
Always.
It's not a problem. Yeah. Take on c6.
No,
Rook takes on
black-
d2 and king e7. I just exchange one pair of rooks, and then I will easily make a draw. And for sure, Shimanov playing with white against Barbosa is not interested in it. So it's quite interesting. What will be? Because it's forced actually. He played knight a4. Yes, now.
Mm-hmm.
But after knight bishop d2, he can just interject by knight b6.
Yeah.
Black is obliged to take on b6, but I don't see any advantage here.
No, I think black is fine.
Yeah.
This
Queen
opening
d2
is good for black.
Yes, maybe. Castle and
Castle rook fd8, rook ac8.
yes,
and,
exactly. And
you
even
are-
black can take overtake the initiative.
Yeah. I don't
So-
like this at all.
So I'm really surprised about it. But what else should white play here?
I don't know. Is the answer. I don't know.
All right, me neither.
I can't remember
Theory.
the theory here. No.
Maybe.
Knight a4.
And
so-
bishop d2 because
What else?
what else? I
Yeah,
understand
yeah.
that after knight
No, this is too dangerous.
it's too dangerous even because of taking on c6 I
Yes.
think
No.
bc and even taking on
Yes.
h4 bishop d2 and knight d2 and the knight is untouchable because of queen c6 and here white will have an advantage because this pawn structure is really a disaster for black.
Is that so clear?
I think so.
Okay, so I take on d2.
Oh, and then king e7, yeah.
Yes, but wait, let's analyze it.
Oh, let's
So
take
takes
a look.
king e7,
King e7 and after rook fd1,
queen b4.
queen b4 and a3 you have queen b5, so I cannot play it with white. You're right. So it's not so I cannot do it. So what? How about knight a4? What has white prepared?
Okay, maybe you can just take on a4, bishop d2, rook d1, but
Yeah, maybe but still it doesn't give any advantage. It's better, I think, because you are developed a little better after castle, knight d2.
Knight d2.
Maybe here white has a small advantage because of the bishop is better on g2 is better than on e6, but nothing more. So maybe this bishop d2 would be a choice of white. Because queen stands better on b6 than on d8.
interesting.
Yeah, quite interesting.
Let's go to the next game.
Yes, exactly.
Again, Liu Yiping against Fetch.
Yes.
We had this
were
line c5.
5 to
takes
c, rook
and
c1, we
queen
were
E1.
here. Queen e7.
And now g4.
G4,
Wow.
really, whoa.
Very aggressive.
Very aggressive move.
But maybe a very dangerous move.
Double-edged move, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Because White's idea is, of course, to open g file and then to put his rook on g1 and to attack the king and then to push it, and rook from g1 will be really attacking a king. But on the other hand, the pawn structure is really broken. But on the other hand, what else should he do? He cannot play g3 because of that bishop on g5. I don't know whether g5 works now.
It looks wrong to play g3. It doesn't look correct.
Yeah, it doesn't look correct because with the bishop on h4 and playing e3 or e4 also lead to some complicated position after knight bd7. Black, of course, the pawn structure is worse for black, but on the other hand, pawn on b2 can be attacked easily, and with white we still have some problems with that king on f1 where to put it, because it would be easier to have a castle here, but of course it's not possible. That's why this position may be interesting, may be good for black, sufficient enough for black, and that's why I think he wanted to play g4 immediately. And the answer of Darek was queen d7, because he didn't want to allow white to develop on this flank to attack so much. That's why queen d7 and the exchange of, and we have such a position. It's quite interesting.
Two bishops. The question is, will they get into play? It all depends. We'll see.
Yes, of course, white still wants to open g file. But on the other hand, he has some problems with b2 pawn and the bishop. The light squared bishop on f1. Where to put it? Rook a b8 for sure was played, yes, exactly. And now rook c2 is the only move, and rook b6. That's quite funny. White will probably, I think, play king d1, king d2 or king d1, and then after rook fb8 to protect this pawn with a king. But still, I think he's got some problems with
c4, knight c5 is a problem, maybe.
Yes, for sure. And here's, sorry, I wanted just to point that this bishop is quite weak.
Yes. So even after e3 here, maybe you can just play knight c5.
For sure I can. And there are two.
And if bishop takes c4, maybe we can take
and knight d3 check.
And knight d3. And this is a big problem for white, I think. So I actually like Darius's. I think g4.
And even after king c2, I'll take.
Well, you can
take on f2, I think.
Yeah, that's
a
nice move. Yeah.
The only move would be to take on f6, gf, and to play b4. But this one would be really quite easy. I can always come back on g5 with a knight, so it cannot be caught. Yeah.
Even a5 here might be a problem.
And then coming
Rook
back.
B2. But I don't know. Maybe this isn't even necessary.
Here in this position, I think I don't have to play knight c5. I can prepare it with knight d5 as something like that. Even c3.
Knight d5 and c3 is interesting. Yeah.
No,
immediately
c3. Yeah.
No, that's very dangerous.
There's no problem for black. If you want to equalize, of course. So after rook b6. I think black will be fine in that game.
I think Sverch has had a...
Doesn't have any problems about after opening.
All right, well, look, we've been going for an hour or so it's our usual break time. We're going to be back, though, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. And if you do go somewhere, why don't you go and check out the Facebook page, facebook.com/chess2014. You can see all the information of the tournament, check out all of the players, and so on and so forth. But we will be back with more analysis of today's round in just a few minutes.
do we start with?
Hello everybody and welcome back. This is day 2, round 2, live coverage of the World University Chess Championships. I'm with Grandmaster Marcin Tazbia. They've been playing for about an hour and 10 minutes now, Marcin. Some interesting games in progress. On board 1 in the men's section, we saw in this position that Shugirov can play bishop e2, he can play d3, but he went with bishop d3, which is also
quite interesting move. White wants to play for sure h3, g4 and to attack further and to put both bishops on the longer diagonals, yes, to attack with bishop b2 and then bishop here, and with a connection of g4, h3, g4, yeah, and rook g1, it can make more sense to put it here. No e4 threat, so that's why bishop d3 was chosen. Bishop f8 and long and short castling, which is quite a surprise for me. I thought he would choose to make to leave the king in the center, although of course it's still good for white. a6. I don't know why Black wants to start some to give a hook on this flank. I don't really understand it. Bishop b2, h6, h3. Doesn't allowing bishop to develop on g4. Maybe in this position Black could play bishop g4.
absolutely, yeah.
So maybe bishop g4
Was a threat.
Was a threat. That's why maybe before h6 could play bishop g4 immediately. Yes, here it might be an interesting move, I think. Just to put it on h5 after, for example, I don't know where to put a knight now. Maybe g5 and going on e4. Maybe that was a plan. Maybe that was a plan, yeah?
He played h3, and this is the current position. I like White's position. You have more space. You have ideas of knight e4. You can put a rook on c1 or b1. You can think about queenside play.
Yes, exactly. It's better for white. Of course, Black will put his bishop on the long diagonal by g6 and bishop g7. I'm actually sure about it. So it's a regular position.
Yeah.
Nothing special happens. No fire bombing, I think.
Nothing too crazy just yet.
Yes.
Let's go to board 2. And we last saw it around this move here. And he did go b4 straight away.
Yeah.
Which may be similar to b3, but it forces the issue. Forcing knight b7 and now a3.
Maybe he was afraid of some kind of a5.
Queen d7 may be preparing a5.
Yes, exactly.
And now f4.
F4. Quite interesting game, I must say. For sure the knight on b7 is really out of play. And it will last there. So f4. Yeah, but what else to play with white, yes? Because he wants to develop his attack on this flank, on king's side.
And knight a4
Knight
played.
A4,
You have to do something with black.
Yes, for sure. And now queen b3 does work. It's quite interesting. Queen b3 and c4, yes?
Yeah, and now you can just take
You
this.
cannot because the knight on a4 is protected by the queen.
Ah,
Maybe that was
is
the
that the end of this?
deeper idea
Of Queen D7, yeah.
of queen d7, yes? And now white has some problems. What should he do? Knight b1? It doesn't sound very nice for him. Very convincing, yeah. e5 cannot be played because of simple taking on e5. Black would be pawn up, and so knight a4. Maybe that f4 wasn't a good choice. Maybe it was, but what else to play actually? Maybe.
Sure. No, this is the reason why I like b3 more, just to
Yes, just to stop
prepare.
it. Yeah.
You can always play b4.
Yeah, you can always push it, and
Yeah,
as Tigran Petrosyan told once, pawns cannot come back,
that's right.
cannot move back. That's why maybe before was a blunder, although it was tempting to put this knight on b7, I say. And then a3, queen d7, a4, I don't like, and queen a4, knight
No.
a4. White has some problems. Maybe he should play c4 immediately now.
c4.
Because I don't see any other choice. Sacrificing a pawn doesn't give anything
But I don't believe c4.
in return.
I don't believe c4. For example,
Yeah,
c4,
okay.
maybe you can just go cb4,
Yep.
knight b2.
Still your
My
knight
knight is a bit funny.
Yes.
My knight is a bit funny.
Okay. Okay. How about playing, for example, queen f3?
Maybe it's not so clear.
I don't know. Maybe after c4. Let's think here. I think.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Maybe
because
this is the idea.
maybe yeah. a5. How about a5? Can I play it?
a5.
Yeah, just to make. Probably not.
I'd be very surprised if you can play a5. Very surprised.
Me too, but you know, it's loud thinking. What else can she do here after c4? All problems of black are connected with that knight on b7, I say.
Yes.
Of course, I cannot exchange pawn b to the pawn on c5 because then the knight will have a really good square for on c5, and so I had to stand there. Yes, but what to do actually with black now? But what's the white idea? It's also a question.
Well,
It's really a tense position on the king or the queen side. Nothing happened yet on the king side, but on the queen side, really. Maybe something connected with some e5 may be interesting. Just even to sacrifice a pawn or not, because I don't know. Maybe let's do it like that. I want to show the variation, so let's move somewhere here. Okay. Of course, it's not after c4. If black doesn't react properly, I think e5 can be quite interesting because of the de. We'll be able to take on b5 and on c5, and then to push the pawn c.
queen d5.
Queen d5, yeah. So maybe it's not allowed for black to play it. Yes. So now
It's very, very tense, as you say. I'm not sure what's going on.
c4, e5 is not playable yet.
Was there any move in the game? There was. No,
Knight
b1.
b1. I'm really curious what's going on after c4. It would be much more interesting actually. But still, this position, knight b1, all right. I think black will play rook fc8.
For sure.
I just want to take on b4, and then the bishop will be really strong on this long diagonal. And what can white do? How to develop his attack on the king side? I'm not sure. Okay, let's move to the other game.
All right. Yeah, this was an interesting one.
Knight d2, bishop c6.
You took.
Took,
Ah, we
and
got.
queen d2. Nice.
Well,
Also quite interesting.
rook fd8.
Rook f8, queen c2, and c5. Black, of course, wants to play c4. Just to...
I think black is absolutely fine.
Yes, black will emphasize the weakness of b2 pawn after playing c4, and I don't think he should have any problems in this position. Rook fd1. I think he will play c4, and no problems at all.
Yeah.
Because the queen will be pinned to the b2 pawn, even if all rooks are gone. He will still have some problems with his pawn, and can be pushed on b3. So I don't think that Shimanov obtained any advantage.
I agree. Let's go to the next game. Not so interesting, this one. Let's look at Schwarz. Actually, I went to the playing hall in the break, yes, and I like this solution.
Yes, me too. We didn't see it.
Bishop
actually.
c1. Yeah, we'll look at it in a minute. This is a position on the board, but this bishop c1 move is much better than moving the king, because the king got in big trouble playing king d1, king c1. And so we have this position where, but black is very well coordinated.
And there are some threats such as like knight c4 and b2 pawn is also weak. And if white would like to play e3, just to put a knight bishop on f1, then d3 and b3 squares weakness can be shown by playing c4 and knight c5. Maybe now white should play knight d2 against knight c4. But here, look at pieces. Although white has a pair of bishops in a semi-opened position, but on the other hand, it's only on the first and the second rank. So even here, black can play knight f5, and he wants to go on d4. And white will be forced to come back on f3 or to play e3, which we are talking that.
Well, then knight e5 is
too much. Yeah, it's very dangerous it's already very bad for white.
Yeah.
So probably he will have to come back. So I don't think that Dariusz has any problems at all, even after playing e5 now, and then with the threat of e4. So black is absolutely okay in my opinion. Okay, e5 cannot be played because of bishop h3. Sorry. And both knights are attacked, but after she was here and he has to come back on f3 once more. So
was this the game?
Yes, I think
Knight d6.
Knight d6 is in the game. Yes.
No, I don't think you can play knight d2.
But what else do?
Maybe bishop f4.
Oh, that's interesting. Maybe black will have to choose knight f6. Because I cannot take on b2. I'm thinking of it. Taking on b2.
Feels a bit too much. Takes.
Takes here and rook e2. But king d1, of course.
Rook f2.
And rook f2, but I'm not sure.
I'd be happy with white here, I think.
Yes, me too. That's why. Maybe knight d6 and bishop f4 will be the answer, because knight d2 really is.
No, knight d2 is
look very
so
nice,
passive. Yeah.
So maybe now knight f6 will come.
Knight f6, but now I can put my bishop on e5, no?
Yeah, I want to go on. Oh, this way, just to protect this pawn.
Yeah.
No? the bishop stands excellent here. He protects and he attacks.
Yeah.
And he attacks, what's more, he attacks on g7, so it's really good looking for white. So maybe now f6 and e5 to limit it.
f6.
But it's really
Bishop
starting
A-
to be
Bishop h3.
double-edged position. Bishop a3, pinning the knight and the pawn. But here even I think I can play e5 even now because of the b2 pawn weakness.
Not sure.
I mean,
bishop
neither
h6.
yeah, bishop h6 comes
That's the
here, so
problem.
you cannot do it like that. Maybe after bishop a3 I'll have to play king f7 just to help my pieces.
That looks like a
Not
good
rook
move.
d2, yeah, still.
Rook d2, yes, a good move.
I cannot play
I think
king
this
e7.
bishop f4 move must be.
Yes, it's really a good one, I think. How about playing e5 immediately now?
Wow. Knight takes.
Knight takes and rook b2.
Okay, rook b2.
I have to take.
Yeah.
I will take on b2.
Knight d7.
Knight d7, then I will
Ah,
give check,
okay.
take a rook, and I attack a bishop on g2. That's the point of my e5 plan. And I don't think that now you would be satisfied
Okay.
with the position.
Okay, so e5.
e5 now, immediately, yes. I wish it was an idea of Darius, then I would be proud of myself.
Okay, so if I take.
With a knight, yes? With a bishop doesn't make any sense, I think. Coming back doesn't make any sense.
Well, maybe coming back does make sense, actually. Maybe you've loosened some light squares.
But now I can come back.
But
on
then
b4.
bishop h3. Knight f5,
No,
bishop
knight
h3.
f5, bishop h3. Yes.
I've got this bishop h3 move I can now start thinking about.
And how about knight c4 now?
Knight c4.
I'm quite a stubborn person, you know? I just want to take this pawn.
And bishop h3.
Bishop h3, knight f6. Always after knight g5, for example, pinning that knight with a king would be a good idea to play king f8, for example.
Well, the c5 pawn is also on freeze here, so maybe, you know.
It's not so easy,
No,
of
it's
course.
not so easy. Knight d2 here. Try and swap off an active piece. Maybe this isn't so easy at all for black. Knight d2, I play king d2.
Maybe you're right.
I don't know. I have no idea. Have we got a move in this game after knight d6 or move 21? Have we got a move?
Let's check it.
Very interesting game.
Yes, let's say.
Just go up, yep. No, still in there. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Let's go down a few more boards. Let's check out.
This one was quite interesting.
Yeah, okay. Let's just go to the current
sorry,
position.
the current position.
Oh, yeah. Or should the critical position with
The critical position was
this-
here.
Yeah. So amazingly, knight d7 and
Knight d5.
Bukavshkin has just taken this pawn off. Quite amazing.
Yes.
e5, and now he just plays knight takes f7, giving away all his
This
pieces.
one is ready. Yes, already the second piece is given.
Well, yeah, amazing.
I've seen it here, and here he had a choice to play bishop d5. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's very.
This must be home analysis. Absolutely must. You
I think so.
you don't play this way with white if you.
I would like to see the time in this position because then maybe it will give us an answer whether. I'm not sure because he lost over half an hour for this position. Maybe this was prepared, yes, this position, and now I think let's playable for sure. But here he had an opportunity to play bishop d5, just to take a rook of f7 on f7 and to have a rook and how many points? 3 of them? Yes, 3 pawns against 2 pieces. But still, it would be really dangerous for him to play without this light squared bishop.
I don't like playing those positions at all.
All right, but
Okay, so white at the moment has got 3 pawns for the piece.
For a piece, for the piece. And how about taking on c6 with a rook? Just to take back one of the pawns, yes?
Very possible.
It was possible in the game, it wasn't played, but still.
Very
Rook
interesting idea.
e1, and now, I don't know, bishop g4, something like that. I would like to put my knight via f6 on d5, just to take a some kind of coordination here, because without it it's very hard to play. But your knight f8 is still playable. Bishop f3, bishop c4. Of course, he wants to go on the long diagonal to exchange these light squared bishops, because white's is really good one.
c1.
Rook c1, he doesn't allow to do it.
So bishop d5 is impossible now.
And after b5, I'll take one more pawn on a7. Or will I not?
Yes.
Will I or not, because of bishop g5? Might be quite interesting. d5, for example, queen a7. And okay, let's take bishop d6.
Attacking the queen.
Yes, attacking the queen and the knight, bishop on f4, which I don't believe is good for black after queen for white. Queen a6 is the only move. Bishop f4, gf, and rook f4.
Yeah, it's a bit risky, right?
I think it's very bad for white because of the king weakness now. And even now I can sacrifice a rook on f3, which will be extremely, which is already a threat, I think, because after, okay, let's say b3, if black had to move, so I want to only to give a move to black, yes, here you have check, king h1 and bishop d5 wins a rook, or gives mate actually. That's why white will have in such a position has to be really careful.
No, but it looks losing for white.
It looks losing for white. That's why it's quite interesting. What will he do after b5?
Maybe he has to go queen d1 or something, yeah.
Come back, yes. Black still cannot play bishop d5 because of rook c8 and bishop d5. And he cannot move his rook from c8 anywhere. All the squares are attacked by white's bishops. But now, for example, knight e6 or knight g6 might be quite interesting move. I would like to exchange rook and a piece. After, for example, if bishop comes back, I will take on f3, I think. And after rook c4, okay, I'm quite satisfied with such an exchange of white squared bishops.
Why not knight e6?
Knight e6, I thought of bishop g4.
Knight takes f4.
But here still, knight takes f4, yes. It's also unpleasant for white. I can't take on c8 because of knight e2, yeah?
I think so. This looks very dangerous.
Yes, it's extremely dangerous. And the king, and I just can't take on c8 because queen e2 is not allowed because of the check on b7, and I will just take a queen. So this position is probably after b5. I think that white is okay. Black is okay.
Yeah.
So I'm curious whether Bukashin will will manage to. What will he do?
Let's go to a very charismatic man's game. He came to the studio yesterday.
Yes, exactly.
Michael Olszewski.
Yeah.
Olszewski,
Michał, yeah. Michael. And here.
Wow.
Whoa. Man. It's really interesting game.
What's going on?
You will never know. If Michał is playing, you will never know what's going on. I assure you. He's always a crazy guy. He's also very dangerous. He won a game against Shirov in Rapid European Championship. Also his score against Caruana is 2-0. Even when Caruana was already over 700. He won once, yeah. So he's really dangerous player. He's crazy actually.
Well, this is the position on the board. What's going on here? Pieces are equal. It's black to move. The first move that comes to mind is bishop takes e3, of course.
Mine is knight d4.
And knight d4. No, but the first move that
comes to my mind, okay. First thought should be the best one. dc probably. And just come back or going on
why
d4?
not bishop f5?
What?
Bishop f5.
f5. Cool. I will have to play bishop d3.
Now I've got e4.
Oh man.
You're surviving this? Takes. Rook
Okay.
fe8.
It doesn't look very nice.
I don't think you're surviving.
I don't believe it neither. Maybe bishop f2, king f1, just bc, yeah?
Yeah, minimum. Yeah.
Minimum, if I don't want anything more.
So,
But still, in this position, bishop f2 check, king f1, and after bc, white also has some tricks. And after rook f8, it's really, really dangerous for white. But I think it starts to be a double-edged position. But of course, you don't have... Bishop f5 I really like. You cannot take on f5,
let's
course.
check it.
Of course, you cannot take it on f5. Or what? Not of course, but after
King d2?
It's extremely...
Queen b2,
Queen b2, yeah.
King,
it's extremely...
King d3.
King d3, but no, I will just get... It's winning for black for sure. I will take on
King.
d1 only.
Minimum, yeah?
I'll exchange up with a king in the center.
Yeah, yeah.
Just,
finished,
just
yeah.
like a king in the jungle. Yeah?
Yeah.
So for sure it's not good for white. So here I will have to, after dc probably, maybe I'll take on e3, I'm forced to do it. It's also possible.
But now I can play queen takes e3 with check.
Alright, and your pawn up? No? Yes, your pawn up. So, and after bishop e2,
Okay,
for example,
knight
knight
d4.
d4. Maybe that's why I will have to play queen e2. Just not to allow you to go there.
Queen takes e2.
Okay, bishop takes.
Can I play e4? Is that possible?
Alright, take.
Okay. Yeah, and
bishop takes.
and equality.
Something like equality, yes.
Interesting position. Bishop takes e3.
Yeah. Of course, he's not obliged to do it. He can just play knight d4, which I like more, because I don't want to exchange the pieces, because the king is in the center. That would be my idea.
Yeah, knight d4 is obviously very critical as well. I think today he is going to think for more than 1 minute. Actually,
sure.
I looked at his clock and he did use some time today.
Finally.
So
it's not good for him as far as he told us.
Yeah, he said it's a bad tactic, but no, he's taking his time today, which is good news. Very interesting go. So knight d4, what's going on?
Probably I will have to take with a bishop, because if I would like to take with a knight, then after ed the e file is open, and after bishop, I don't know, c1 for example, rook e8, I don't believe in this position after, for example, d3 even. I'll just exchange and the king will be uncastled. Maybe bishop g4 at first. I don't like it with white.
You can't do this. So what does he do? He has to play bishop takes.
It was here, yes?
Yes.
The
But no, bishop takes e3 was played.
right.
Was there another move?
Not
yet.
yet.
He's thinking. So knight
Wow.
d4. So if you take with the bishop,
If you probably it's the only move, and then also I will have to think whether to take with a bishop on d4.
the problem with e takes d4 is maybe White can play bishop d3.
Yeah, bishop d3, and this bishop, this bishop is really attacking.
And even after check, king f1. Maybe
Black should sacrifice pawn on h7 after playing a5.
But I'm winning d4 as well. And
yeah, it's not very satisfactory.
but it's not clear either, in my opinion. Bishop g4 is. But
okay, I'll take.
You can take and retreat. Bishop f5. Yeah.
Something like that.
But not clear. Not clear.
It's, for sure, it's not clear.
This is what Michal is
good at, really.
Good at and looking at, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Where should we go next? Marcin?
Maybe to the ladies section.
Okay, let's see the ladies. We like our ladies.
Of course.
We're going to get them up. We can see a webcam shot there, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent playing conditions, by the way. The hall is really nice.
Yeah, it's quiet.
It's quiet. It's a nice temperature. All the boards are hooked up to DGT, so we can see all of the games. And there is tea and coffee as well, and biscuits. This is a nice touch, actually, because
yes, in Gimeros nothing was prepared for us, for players, being honest, and there was no air conditioner.
Really?
Condition at the playing area. It was in Portugal. Luckily, it wasn't too hot for us, even for us. But still, it wasn't. It was okay. Here is better. Let's put it that way. In my opinion.
No, it's a fun. I really like the way this has been organised. Let's look at this game then, Marcin. And
where were we?
We were around here. A4, B4,
B4
castles. And queen c7, and she played bishop e3.
And our pawn c3.
Yeah.
Developing that. Right here.
Takes.
And knight c3, which I think really White has an advantage. He's developed much better, much faster. Knight ec6 was played. Rook c1, also quite logical. Of course, there are some plans connected with knight d5 now, which can be extremely dangerous for black.
So queen b8.
Queen b8, yeah, that's why. Knight b3. Which is also quite tricky, because I just want to take a pair of bishops in an open position. So, knight c5, yeah? And I will attack the pawn on d7, which will be very uncomfortable for black. Knight e5. Look, the bishop is not developed yet from f8, yeah? Rook e2 and now bishop e7. I think White would like to play f4 and to push the pawns. For example, I think she will continue with f4.
White's a lot better here.
Yes, for sure.
White's a lot better. Black's coordination is bad.
There's lack of coordination, actually. Maybe.
And after knight c6, knight c5
knight c5 is really.
It's a huge problem, actually.
Yeah, already. Maybe she will have to play d6 now.
But after takes, queen takes.
White, for sure, the pair of bishops will make a difference. On the other hand, this square is really prepared for knight, but it doesn't do anything here. It's not helpful.
No.
The action will take place on the king side. Queen g4, f5, and so on. Or bishop c4, queen g4, yeah? Or bishop will come back on f3 and I will push the pawn somewhere. So here, after f4, knight c6, I don't believe that black equalized after the opening. He's got really some severe problems. Maybe knight d2 and knight c4, just to... There is a saying that if you don't have any plan, just look at your position, check which piece stands worse, is on the worst position, and just improve its position. So I think knight d2 might be also quite interesting, just to go to c4, b6, which will be very annoying for black.
But I like knight c5. If I can win the two bishops.
But still, here after knight c5, d6, take.
Okay, but
there is some coordination of black pieces.
I understand, but
it depends. Maybe if you could go deeper in the position, that would be better. If you don't find anything special after knight d2, for example, castle, knight c4, then it would be good to make to go on c5 and win this pair of bishops. Okay, let's go to the second board when Anna Gasik from Poland is
Move 11.
move 11 was here, and bishop a6 we were talking about
Yeah.
it, and about e5 and just giving away an exchange,
Yep.
hoping for some counterplay, but
She didn't do it.
she didn't do it, and that's why rook c2. I don't believe in this position. I have seen it on the board, and really black is just pawn up.
It's a pawn, right?
Yeah. Rook d3.
What's happened? Queen c7.
Bishop e3, even exchanging
wants-
now. Why didn't she want to play some kind of e6? I don't understand. And then rook a d8. Why did she want to exchange? If I'm okay still. Here in this position, being honest, I would take on e7.
Yeah, take on e7, right?
Just to play against the d pawn, not which is not has to be protected only by pieces.
Strange move, queen takes d7.
Yes, I don't like it. Because after e5, pawn on a2 hangs, and
b3,
b3, queen f7, and this endgame should be, is of course only black can win it for sure. But still, I don't. In being honest, I wouldn't, if I could. Here queen c7, maybe I would play d6 in such a position. I would like to exchange bishops with black, playing with black. I will wait for it. I can always do it. Bishop g7, then f5, yeah? So I decide when to exchange those pieces. And at first I would play queen c7 after d6. Only now I would play queen c7, rook ac8, rook fd8 maybe, some kind of d5, or maybe put queen on f7. It looks like a perfect place for her. So maybe I'll play d6. Queen c7, bishop e3, take, and for sure I'll take on e7. I can assure it, but of course still it's nothing to be proud of. After d5, b3, queen c5. I would like, with black, I would like to exchange this rook on e7.
Rook fe1.
Rook fe1 and, for example, rook f7. I don't want to have a rook on 7th rank, for sure. And d5 pawn is just very strong.
Takes. And
On f7, yes.
and queen e2.
Queen e2 might bring some problems.
Oh, I
We'll
missed
go-
that. I missed that.
All right.
It's still
Luckily.
early in the morning.
Yes, exactly. So there's no problem for black.
Yeah.
She would have to just improve her position and just win. Of course, queen d7, e5, b3, queen f7. I don't know, maybe after queen f7, king will have a brilliant place on e6. And I will exchange a pair of rooks here. No, it's not easy to win it, but it's not easy to defend against such a position. I remember a game of Bartlomiej Macieja, who is now living in USA. He was playing against Aronian and he lost rook endgame. Rook and a pawn against a rook because of his weakness of king. He was limited by one rank, by 1-9, and he lost the game. You know, it was quite.
How many Polish players live in the USA now? Quite a few, right?
Quite a
Kamil
few.
Mitten?
Kamil Mitten lives in
No?
Poland.
He lives in Poland?
Yes, he used to play there. He
used to play there a
Yeah,
lot,
he
okay.
didn't. He was a guest of Aleksander Wojtkiewicz a few years ago when he was, I think 10 years ago or something like that. And there are some players, Paweł Blem, Grandmaster Paweł Blem, he was Grandmaster in the age of 18 some years ago. He's, I think, already, no way, so many years ago. Because we were playing in the same tournament, not in the same tournament, but in the same championship, youth championship in Murek, Austria in
98.
98, yes, exactly. He
I was
there.
there as well.
Really?
Yeah.
You were a participant?
I was a participant. Yeah.
Really cool.
So you
I
were
was
in the
on-
under 10s? Yeah?
Yes, under 10 and Pavel was
I
under
think
18.
I was under 12 or under 14.
All right.
Can't remember.
And so Pavel decided to move to USA and to be a coach there.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't heard of him for a long time,
Mm-hmm.
being honest. He's gotten a company, chess company,
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
together with another grandmaster from Poland, Marcin Kamiński, which is also, he came back to Poland probably, but I'm not sure about it. They
Okay.
are too old for me. Maybe I'm too young for them.
That's the right way of looking at it. Let's go back to the other games in the... Where were we going? We were looking at the... My goodness, which game were we looking at?
We're looking for sure at the Olszewski and then something else.
We were looking at the women's section.
Yeah, yes, you're right. Sorry, my mistake.
Let's look at Marta Bartel.
Yes, exactly.
She's on board 3. Let's look at the current...
Queen of 2, knight d7, we were
yeah,
talking
that's-
about
that's
it.
not
Knight
very
b5, queen b8, g4, a6.
Put the knight on
and
d4.
It's hard for black to develop the attack because if I take on d4, then white will take back with a knight, and still I cannot push my pawns on b5 because of course of knight c6.
Mhm.
That's why I still got a problem, and I can be a little bit too slow because white's attack will develop really quickly.
Yeah.
King b1, g5, h5, and g6 already. And look at pieces of black. He's at home, this one also, so it's not so easy. Queen c7, that's why queen c7 was played, h4 and knight c5. Marta, I think, wants to exchange some pieces, just to diminish the attack possibilities of...
Yeah, that's a good general rule, isn't it, for everybody who's wants to work on their attacking play or their defending play. If you are the defender, try and exchange as many pieces as possible.
Exactly.
You get more space, and you of course take away the potential of the attack. And on the other hand, of course, if you're the attacking player, try and keep as many of your attacking pieces on the board.
Yes, exactly.
Quite logical, but a good rule.
Yeah. Not the most sophisticated one, but the right one. Yeah,
but
right.
but correct. Yeah, 94,
And
d5.
d5, finally, something. And also the general rule says that if your opponent is attacking on the flank, just give a counter attack in the center. So just like d5 is also
Standard.
a standard move. Yeah.
So what's going on?
If white's queen would stay on d2, he would play e5 for sure. But now he cannot do it because I will simply take on e5. But still, I think sacrificing a pawn would be quite interesting idea. I'm not sure about it, of course. Queen c7, just f5, push the pawns. But here I think it doesn't work because of simple e5.
Feels a bit much to me. It feels.
Okay, push it.
I'm not sure. 94.
I wouldn't do, of course, I wouldn't do it in the game because only when analyzing again,
Yeah,
sacrifice all my pieces.
It's good to sacrifice other people's pieces.
Yes, exactly. Knight e4, for example, I take on
What?
7,
Really? Oh, you can.
or maybe I'll just. Okay, I'll think of it.
Okay, knight takes queen.
But I'll make a new queen. Or yes, I have to.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'll just take on
No,
2.
you
But
take
no,
two.
it's not.
No, it's not enough.
Enough because that has.
No, rook and bishop
Yeah.
only for the queen.
It's not enough.
But I don't believe this pawn sacrifice here.
Me neither, but I had to check it.
You always have to check it. I like d5. It looks as though Marta has found a way to gain some counterplay. So what can white play here? This is the big question.
Maybe bishop g2, but it doesn't look natural.
Mm-hmm.
How about g6? I want to sacrifice something somehow.
g6.
Yeah, because
You like sacrificing things.
not really somebody else's pieces. Yeah.
You're somebody else's
Yeah,
pieces.
exactly.
Do you sacrifice a lot of pieces in your own game?
Not really.
Yeah.
Yes, but I like it. I used to like it when I was younger, but now I thought it's too dangerous.
Now you're a grown man.
Now I'm a coward. I became a coward.
It happens.
Only when analyzing I like to do it, yeah? So, okay, G6, maybe. I would like to open the files on the king side. Because, okay, let's go back. What else to do? If I have to take on D5, then probably rook will take it, and then E5, and the bishop will develop on E6, and nothing will happen.
What about ED5, rook D5, F4? Is that possible?
Let's look at it. Rook D5, F4. Interesting. It's very risky to play E5 because my pieces on the queen side are not developed.
Yeah.
Or maybe put them in a red color. So after F4, bishop G2 will come with a big strength. It will be some kind of thumb.
Interesting. Surely Tom Nikova is
So maybe
thinking of this.
Yes. And how about taking on D5 with pawn? But
You take on D5 with the pawn, I'm a very happy man.
yes, I think so too, because
Bishop
this knight is really a very, very good piece.
Yeah.
It's perfectly situated now. So after D5, ED, maybe D5. What else could she do? Maybe B5, bishop B7. But
Well, she played D5.
yes, I know. But what else could she?
I don't know. It was B5 looks very slow to me.
Yeah, it looks slow. H5, G6
It's
immediately.
coming out. No, I think D5 is principled, but I don't know. It's a critical moment in the opening middle game here. I don't know.
Yeah, probably like white will have to take on D5 with a pawn and then rook D5 F4. I think white has a good chance actually.
Yeah.
Or better chance for white. It's my evaluation because of the undeveloped bishop and rook.
Let's check out the next game, Claudia Coulon, and this is the position at the
Against
moment.
Dogotkina, Coulon Dogotkina game.
And knight d6 on the board. Symmetrical pawn structure. We said that black didn't really have any problems. Now Claudia's got some pressure against this b4 pawn, but it looks as though it's well defended. And
the knight goes on c4 and the a5 pawn can be attacked on the other hand.
yes, it looks like Dogotkina has played very well.
Yes, I think so. Both players have some problems with the light squared bishops. Because with this one on, not with the light squared bishop, black has with the light squared and white with dark squared bishop on e1. Without it, if we would exchange, for example, white e1 bishop for a knight, the white's position would be perfect. The same if we would exchange bishop from c8 for a knight on b3, for example. If you take it off from the board, it would be very, very good for black. But still, I think that Claudia is better because I will play some kind of knight dc5 just to attack the a6 pawn, and my plan would be to play f4, rook f2, and bishop f1. But it's my dream actually.
It's more a dream than a
More like a dream,
reality.
not a plan. Yes, you're right.
More a dream than
Got
a
me.
reality.
Yes.
No, I think black is fine.
Yes.
Let's go to another game.
Yes, exactly.
Something a bit more. Feminka against Garcia Morales. And, well,
Black is
black is okay.
4, 5 pawns is
I think equal pawns, yeah?
white is pawn up. But
Up,
it
white
hangs
is a
on
pawn.
B5. This one on b5 is really weak. I think queen d1 will be played. It's very strange position. Look at the knight on h6. It's out of play, and I cannot find a proper path for it to come back, to return to the game. I cannot take on b5 now because, of course, of check. Maybe that's the plan.
Maybe just
Knight
knight 7 to come to g5.
Okay, but I would play, for example, knight c4.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to go on d5, of course.
Knight g5.
h3.
h4.
h4, yeah. Knight e6 and a4. Maybe instead of knight c4, I play a4 just to protect this
In this
pawn.
position?
Yes, exactly, a4. I'm pawn up and I don't want to give it back, yeah?
So knight g5.
h4. And now knight c4.
Hmm.
Of course, knight on d4 stands very well, but it doesn't do anything.
Doesn't
It
actually
doesn't
do
do any
anything.
harm, yeah? So I
Mhm.
think black isn't so good, no?
No.
Knight on d3 protects the c5, very important c5 square, where the knight would like to go, but he cannot. And knight e3, knight f5, or knight e3, knight d5, I think will give some advantage to white.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Let's move on to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
This is Jovana Eric versus Tatiana Klitschkova. And wow,
Oh, something.
pretty crazy position.
Yes, I do agree. And look at the rating difference. It's not so big,
No.
because on the other boards the difference is really maybe much higher. What's going on in that position? It's very kind of crazy.
I don't know.
wait. We have to count the pawns at first.
Let's count first. Okay.
Thanks for
6, 2, 4. Okay, black is a pawn up.
Okay, black is pawn
But
up.
the king is weak, and immediately, you know, if d6, maybe knight d5.
No,
you can't because the
can
rook
take
takes
on
d5.
S. Yes, our bishop
So
A6.
d6 threatening knight e7 check, maybe.
B8,
But
yeah.
then knight e7 anyway, and the rook is on priest.
I will sacrifice a piece. An exchange, sorry, not a piece.
Mm-hmm.
I would think of queen a4. King b2 or bishop b2. After bishop b2 I can play knight b4. Which can
I'm
be
getting
quite,
checkmated, yeah.
not really, but it can be dangerous. And after king b2 also knight b4 is
Yeah, I
tempting.
don't like king b2.
Okay, but then you can play rook d2 for example, yeah? It's not so bad. But of course knight fd5 for example, I don't lose anything.
Yeah, this queen a4 move is important, so...
d6 now,
Well,
king
maybe
d8.
not d6. Maybe we
But
need...
what else? I always want to play.
What about just bishop b2?
And after, oh, it's quite interesting. After knight d5, I will just take on d5 with a rook, and it cannot be taken back by the queen because of knight e7 check.
So you'd have to take this way,
Yes,
but then
but
this is a dream for white, yes?
yes, I think so.
And now,
I can take it on b7, and you cannot take with a yes because of knight d6. And if you take with a king, I can take on e4.
Yep.
And you have to move your king. You cannot play neither queen d5 because of that variation, nor queen c6 because of the same thing. Yes, queen c6 I'll take, and knight e7 check, and I'll take an exchange. So
bishop b2.
bishop b2 is
Feels better as well, because the bishop is misplaced on a3.
Maybe I have to play rook g6 then. Yes, of course, it's misplaced on a3. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't make any harm to black. And what's more, it gives some opportunity to play queen a4 with a tempo. So now d6 probably will be also very unpleasant for black. And you cannot. I don't see any possibility to protect against knight e7.
Knight e7 is very uncomfortable.
Unpleasant. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e8, just give back the exchange. I don't like it.
No.
Even some motives with knight bishop b5.
What's wrong with knight e7 here?
Well, I just always want something more. Maybe now bishop b5. It's extremely dangerous for black. I'll try to give a mate and take on f6. But you have the knight d5 and queen f7. Which is quite interesting, but still I think look at those pieces. Sorry, they are not helping the king. It's extremely dangerous. After for knight d5, I thought of knight d5.
Queen f7.
Yeah, queen f7, and you cannot protect yourself already. Knight e7 and just give check. Yeah. And for sure, white is winning. He will be exchange up and only for one pawn, but the king is so weak that probably it will. Oh, it's mated. It will be mated in 2 moves. King c7, queen d8, queen d7. So it's really dangerous.
So bishop b2 is the correct move.
Yeah, I think bishop b2 will be the tough task for white, for black.
Let's get a shot of the playing hall maybe for our people at home so they can see.
Not only us, but also players.
Not only us, but the players. They might be more interested in seeing the players.
Yes, it's not a great privilege, I think. Look at us.
Unfortunately.
That's the God's will.
That's God's. Unfortunately.
What can
we
do?
To do, you know?
All right. So how about switching to the camera from playing area? Okay.
So we can see there, that's the women's section. In the green jacket, that must be Anna Gashik, is that correct?
Or Marta Bartel?
Or Marta Bartel.
I think Marta
You
Bartel.
should know. Is it? In the green jacket, closest.
Yes. The closest is Anna Gashik, yes.
Anna Gashik, and then that's Marta Bartel.
In the background is Marta Bartel.
Yes. There we go. So we've got a moving webcam.
Yes, exactly.
Very good. And we can see the men's section as well.
It's not the men's section, of course, yet, but we are waiting for it. All right, men's section.
There we can see Dariusz Świercz.
Yes, walking. Jan Krejci. In Czech Republic, they call him Honza.
What does that mean?
It's an abbreviation, some other name, just like Alexandra and Ola. How is it called in English?
Alexander?
No. If you call somebody in your country, not
nickname or
not Jonathan, but John, for example, yeah.
Abbreviation.
Abbreviation.
Something like this.
It's hard to say that Honza is an abbreviation of Jan.
Yeah, this is true.
All right.
So there's a shot of the playing hall. How about we go and get a cup of tea? I think that's. We're just waking up, ladies and gentlemen. It's very rare that we commentate. Well, certainly I haven't commentated on a game at 9 o'clock in the morning for, well, not for a long time. So I'm just need my caffeine. We'll be back though in a few minutes for further coverage of today's round. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. said about. Hello, everybody, and welcome or welcome back, depending on whether you've been with us or not. This is day 2 of the World University Chess Championships taking place at the Hotel Park Diamant here in Katowice, Poland. I'm with Grandmaster Marcin Dazbier, who's been very good at helping me understand what's going on.
I'm doing my best.
That's why he's the resident Grandmaster. We've had some really interesting games so far. You saw a game, though, in the women's section.
Yes, exactly.
In the break that caught your eye. Let's go there, Marcin, if we can.
Yeah, this position was really interesting for me. I thought about...
This is the game Gevorgian versus Melissa Rosas Rodriguez,
Yes,
we should
exactly.
point out. Yeah.
Right. And I think that I was thinking of knight g6 now, immediately. I think that the player playing with white was a little bit afraid of d5 defense.
So
But
knight
let's-
g6.
Yes, knight g6 immediately.
Forcing h takes
Yes.
g6, after which f takes g6 with a threat of queen h5 and bishop takes h6. So here were black to play knight h6,
Mm-hmm.
queen h5. Question is whether d5.
All right, I'll take on h6.
Take on h6. Looks good, no?
You have to take it back, for sure.
Take. You
Queen-
take.
Yes, king g8 and ed. And I don't see any defense against this. Because there are two threats, d6 check, attacking a queen, and also dc, simple.
Yeah.
And of course, if you would like to play bishop d7, for example, against dc, then I'll play d6
Sure.
and take queen. I don't know why didn't you play it.
Such a logical move,
Yeah.
isn't it? Let's see if there's maybe d5 straight away. Maybe d5 straight away. Oh no, it's the same, no?
It's the same, queen h5,
Queen h5.
knight h.
It's the same thing.
Maybe, yeah, I have to take it. Yes.
You-
Was it so easy?
very. And you
No,
can't do this
I
because
can come back anywhere on g5. Any
any square.
any square I want. Only not even g7. I can even take on g7.
That's cute.
That's the yes.
And mate. So it looks as though Gevgorgian missed a winning blow, and Rodriguez is back in the game.
Yes, of course. Now knight on h4 doesn't look very pretty. Knight on g5 neither. But still, black is much better than being mated.
Right.
It's not so hard to be done. But I thought it. I'm curious, why didn't she play it? What has she offered?
Well, not sure. Let's go to some other games. Where do you want to go? You
men's
can-
section.
Men's section.
Yes,
Okay.
we are talking about.
You can choose. Okay, so this is Shugirov versus Bachulun.
It was quite a calm game, yeah. H6, we are here. H3, bishop E6, probably with the plan of D5. That's why bishop E2, queen D7, D3, rook A8. Quite logical moves, yeah. Rook AC8, AC1, G6, putting a bishop on the long diagonal, E4, bishop G7, knight D5, and rook C8. Of course, I couldn't take on D5 with knight off piece, because it hangs on the pawn on C7 hangs, and what's more, of course I cannot take with a knight, because obviously the end I lose my bishop. Yeah? That's why rook C8 with a plan of probably with taking on D5 with a bishop, and then jumping away with a knight from C6. Rook E1, knight H7, preparing some kind of counterplay with F5 and G5. Rook CD1, knight G5, knight G5, H queen D2, queen D8. Not very sharp position, but very tricky one. Black's idea would be probably to play knight b8 and c6, just to get rid of that annoying knight on d5. It's quite interesting whether white will play bishop g4. Oh, and the black's idea can also be to play knight d4, because it's untouchable due to the fact that
The knight has no squares.
yeah, the knight will have no squares, because all of them f4, the proper f4, e3, and c3 will be taken by that pawn, yeah, from d4. After taking, if you take on d4. That's why queen d8, and now probably white will have to do some. I was wondering about
even knight d4 here, no?
even knight d4 here with the same idea. Yes? Just to play c6 against this knight on d5, then you will have some more space, and f5 is also might be also quite dangerous for white. c6 and then f5.
And if bishop takes bishop?
It's hard to say, but I think I should take with a rook. Or with a knight and then with a plan of going to playing c6
Why not with a knight? Yeah, and c6.
The most natural.
Feels completely fine for black, doesn't it?
I think so. I don't see any problems of the queen d8 here, yeah? Which was played. Okay, let's move to the second game, I think. Excuse me, problems here. Where Jan Krejci is playing against Armenian player.
Yeah, this was an interesting game, wasn't it?
F4, knight b1, we were here somewhere.
Yes,
yeah? Rook b8, queen b3 was played.
And now very ambitious.
Very ambitious move f5, yeah. Because everything is done on the second flank. The center is closed. And so something which should happen on the other flank. And f5 is really a good, I think it's a good timing of black, because e6 pawn cannot be used by white. The knight stands on b1, not on f3 and then jumping on g5, e6. So I think it's a good time to do it, to play f5 and to start an action on this second flank. ef, c4. I don't know why I didn't take on f5 immediately with a queen, for example. And then to threat c4. Okay, c4, queen c2, queen f5, queen d2. Have to protect the pawn. He didn't, of course, want this endgame to occur after queen f5, because every time this knight and rook, two pieces will be pinned to protection of c3, with c3 pawn. But I don't know what to do now, to take with a pawn or with a rook. Because if black takes with a rook, white can play g4. And due to the fact that you cannot take on d5, the weakness of the knight b7 is once more can be seen.
Yes.
So the g4, bishop g2, it's also unpleasant to play with such a weakness. Although, no, not although. Knight b2 comes here, so jumps everywhere.
Knights can jump, right?
Yes, exactly. The most tricky piece in chess, I think.
It is, yeah.
Especially for me, just like I told you yesterday about this game against Ptacnik, I really don't believe myself when there is a knight endgame. But okay, knight, queen d2, he didn't want to exchange it. Knight d8, of course, I have to improve, and it's the only path for this piece. I think black would like to play e6 and then just even sacrifice a pawn or two, but to jump into the play, yeah? And to attack f4 pawn and so on. Bishop e2. The threat is to play bishop g4, h5, bishop d1. So look, the improvement of the worst piece. There are plenty of bad pieces in white's position, but the bishop really can be improved. So that's why bishop e2, h5, and bishop d1. a6 as I told you, knight e6, rook f1, protection. I'm curious, why didn't he play bishop c2 at first? Maybe his idea was to play rook f1, and now I want to play bishop c2 with the idea of f5. So black was forced to play queen f6, queen d5, king a8, and just take 92. The position of white is really much better than it was even few moves ago. Black, I think, will have to play queen f5 now.
Yep.
Queen f5, because it's the only, I think it's the only possibility to protect the c4 pawn, not to give it away. Queen f5, and here this position, I thought it would be much worse for white, even a few moves ago, as I said, but here I don't like actually.
Queen f5 was played, is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't played yet, okay.
Knight
Knight
c7.
c7.
Quite a tricky thing. You cannot take on c4 because of knight b5, yeah?
Mhm.
That's why queen f3 was played. So let's show it once here.
Very nice.
And knight b5, very nice tactical solution of problems. I know, but still it's quite interesting to play queen d3 now. If you take on c3 with a rook, I'll exchange the rooks, and it's a problem for you. Which piece should it take back? You have to take up probably with a knight, but then some problems with a6 pawn, because I would just take it. So I'm curious, why didn't you play queen d3? After knight a3, I would like to play the interjection. Bishop d4, which I think is quite good for white. So I don't really understand why didn't he take and just come back on d3? Okay, he played queen f3, and that's the position. No, not knight b5 though. I don't understand anything from chess, I must tell you.
Yeah, you and me both, Marcin.
Yeah.
I've been like this for many years.
Luckily.
Bishop d2.
Bishop d2. Look, my evaluation has changed already twice, because now, because of the knight on b5, which stands really perfectly, has changed. I like to play it now with black.
I'm not sure. Possibly, but it's not.
It's not so easy, of course.
No.
Because of the weakness of the king and those pawns. On the other hand, you will always have to bear in mind that your a3 pawn is attacked, and a4 pawn then can be very quick. It's really double-edged position. Black will have to push d5, d4 pawn to attack the c3 one. So it's quite interesting. Even sacrificing an exchange on c5 after playing, for example, now d5, and I know knight c5 and rook c5 would be really an interesting thing. bc, queen takes, king goes somewhere, probably, and for example, queen a3, knight a3.
Knight a3, you want to, yeah.
It's quite an interesting position. It would be much better for black if a pawn would stay on h7, but he was forced to play h5 against bishop e2, g4. That's why he had to play it. It's a really double-edged position, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. So, it was here knight b5, knight e4, queen e7. bishop d2. And now black's can move. Maybe some kind of a5 move can occur. A rook fe8. It's hard to say who stands better, being honest. Both of players have some good and bad sides in their position, of course. I'm talking about their characters. Although
All right.
I know them both.
You know them both.
Yes, exactly.
Let's go to the next game. Let's have a look. Ooh. Try and get that up for you, ladies and gentlemen. Shimanov, Barbosa.
Where were we last time?
Around no.
Here, yes. Here, queen d2 and knight c3. We said that probably white, after c5, rook fd1, we were thinking about c4, playing c4, which I think is a good solution here for black. Maybe black decided just to play for something more than to attack the b pawn. Yeah? If I manage to play rook d4 and then with the idea of rook b4 and forcing, for example, white to move b3, which of course is now a mistake. Then after c4, because of the fact that there exist two pawns on a line, bishop is better than a knight. It's also a general rule that the bishop is better in the end games. Of course, I'm not talking now precisely now, but in the end games, bishop is better than a knight if the pawns are on both flanks. It's the general rule, and here we can see that a pawns are still here. That's why white played rook d2, rook b8, rook a d1. Of course, I cannot take a pawn on b2 because of the very nice trick. Queen b2, and rook d8 with mate. That's why g6 had to be played. I'm not sure whether g6 is a proper solution. I think you should give h6, not to weaken your black squares. Your black has light squared bishop. That's why I think it should be h6 instead of g6.
Strange that he played it.
Yes. Okay.
There must be a reason for it.
It's not so easy for white to make anything from it. And rook d6. Queen b7. Still it hangs on b2 and some... Oh, okay, of course. g6 was played because after h6, rook d6, you cannot stay on b line with a queen because of rook d8 mate. And here, I think it's the reason, yeah?
That must be the reason, yeah.
Yeah, that's why g6 was played. But still, I think after queen a5, it's not so bad for black. But maybe g6 is better. Just to put it here on b7 on the long diagonal, and bishop h3 will force white to play it e4 and to weaken the d4 square. Maybe that's the reason. I think it is the reason. Okay, I think we should move to another.
Yeah, let's move on.
The game of our player, Schwertz. 4 bishop g2, knight d6. Oh, we can see him now. And he's thinking, yes. So in the game, queen of rook, we were somewhere here. Yes, knight d2. We were talking about bishop f4, which we liked much more than knight d2. Yeah. Knight d2, knight f5, rook c3, and rook d6. Strange looking.
I don't understand these positions.
I do my best to understand, but still I cannot. But I think that black cannot do anything more with b2 pawn. It is protected properly. But what's the idea of rook c3? Oh, he didn't want knight d4 to be a threat, I think. Yes, it was a threat, and he didn't want to play e3 either because of c4 and knight c5. That's why he has chosen this, or knight e5. That's why he has chosen knight rook c3. And I don't really understand why didn't Darius play knight d4 now. It's a little bit of, it's a little kind of mystery for me. Because I would like to have white's bishop on f1.
Well,
But on the other hand, then it will be now e3 and just jump away, yeah?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it was a hard, I think it was a hard question what to do now. How to improve your position. That was the main problem for black.
Well, rook d6 was played.
Yes, exactly.
Knight e4, rook d4, and now f3. Kind of makes sense.
f3?
Yeah. Put the king on f2, find some space.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, king f2 played. 6,
As you
9.
could see, I was quite surprised about f3 because it's not the move I would like to make because of closing the bishop on g2, but of course it can, after f4, it can stay much better.
Yeah.
Knight g3 in the game. It's quite funny position. Look, the pair of bishops. White has pair of bishops, but they are closed now. But they are going to be open. Bishop on c1.
Long term, yeah.
Yes, but still, what can be a counterplay against it? What can black do against it? Yes, it's a really problem for black. Knight g3. I would like to play e4 to force black to improve my pawn structure. Knight g3. I think white wants also to play f4. Yes, and after rook d6, for example, knight e4. They will just take this pawn on c5.
Mm-hmm.
Which would be extremely dangerous for black.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to say. Maybe she should just take on g3, but you would like to make such a move, yeah?
That's really a concession, isn't it, taking on g3?
Yes, because then after playing hg, and then f4,
Yeah.
will bring an advantage.
White has benefited. Yeah, this Liu Yiping guy, I said it before,
Yeah.
he's very
You're right.
tricky. He's a tricky guy. I'm not going to make it easy for Darius. That's all.
How about thinking now about taking on f6, which is quite stupid, I think. Now play e4, but no, it's stupid. Yeah, rook just moves somewhere. I'm not sure what to say about it.
It's one of those positions that it's just a bit random.
King f2, yes?
I think White's fine.
Yes.
White's okay.
Well, it's okay. Perfectly okay.
Let's go to the next game.
All right.
Petrosian playing black.
Against
Bukavshin. We saw this fantastic idea. Knight takes in this position. White sacrificed
exactly.
one piece. And
Second
sacrificed another piece. Got 3 pawns for the piece. And we lost right around here. There were some moves. White won another pawn, and now this bishop is trapped.
a6.
a6.
Queen b8, of course, pinning. The threat was knight, bishop d5, that's why rook d5. And just slow improvement, yeah? Nothing to be hurried with.
Mm-hmm.
How about bishop d6 now?
Queen a8. Interesting idea, isn't it?
Yes, the threat was of course to play bishop d5 check and give mate. Oh, so that's the solution for my question. The answer after bishop d6, white black will play rook d8.
Mm-hmm.
That's why queen e8 was much better and rook d8 now. So I will take one more pawn or on a6. But then black can take on d4. On the other hand, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very sharp position. Not so easy to be evaluated, I must tell you.
No. Not at all.
Maybe queen a7 will be played, but then knight e6 comes into the play.
Mm-hmm. Very unclear position.
Yes, black starts to have some coordination of his pieces. So it's really interesting. What should white do now?
It's beyond me, this position. It's one of those positions where I don't know who I would prefer to be.
I think I would choose
prefer
black.
white? You prefer black, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Because if I will be calm enough,
Mm-hmm.
then I think it should be okay for me.
Should be okay for black, yeah?
Yeah. Right? What else? How far have we been? I don't think we have seen this Nenazic Grigorian game yet.
Yes.
We haven't seen it yet. Some kind of King's Indian. Okay, let's move to the
Current position.
current position, yes, 96. It's some kind of h4, yeah? Knight f4, knight c5,
Mm-hmm.
bishop a6. I think black is very good here.
Well, problems with this c6 pawn.
Yes.
Not so sure. I think I'll take white. But the knight is good on f4.
But it can be exchanged after bishop
Yeah,
f1
one and
and
knight d3.
knight d3 or knight d2 or knight d3, rather.
Mhm. I think that's a clear idea. No, we had Karen in the studio yesterday. Very nice guy.
Yeah, yesterday.
But he's
Here-
not in a. This isn't easy. This position.
I think he will play king f8 to bring king into the game.
Yes.
And I think rook fd1, king e7, and some kind of rook f1, bishop f1, and then knight e2 will be played. There are some problems for black how to develop how to improve the position of knight on b8, because probably he will have to move some rook a7, for example, just to put it into play, via c7 and then somewhere, don't know where yet. Maybe I would like to play rook c7 and then knight d7. But still, I can have some problems with e5 pawn, or will I not have them? And, you know, only one file is open. So open it. So here, for example, on rook c7 is. Even taking on e6 is not so tempting now, due to the fact that black will manage to put his knight on c5, yeah?
Ah, yeah, you don't.
So, okay, so I will prepare it at first.
Ah, yeah. And
But still, knight d7, yes?
Uh-huh. And you're okay, you're sorry. No, takes and bishop h3.
Knight c5,
Ah, crazy.
right?
Yeah, no.
Then I don't think that black should
No,
have
it's
any
no
problems at all.
advantage.
Yes,
But
because
black
of-
can't win this
Yes,
position.
yes, because of the weakness of those of this
Yeah,
pawn.
you don't want to do this with
Yes.
white. Yeah.
Look, your bishop is on the light square, so if you allow black to have such a position, it's brilliant for them. That's why taking on 6 is a blunder, but if not every time in the ending, the black king will have a good path via black squares, yes? But in my opinion, if such an ending will occur, white should exchange the piece on d7 and then bring his king into the center on e3, and nothing will happen in the game. I think it will be draw.
Probably be a draw, yeah.
But of course, there's plenty of game left.
Okay, let's go on to another game.
Okay.
And
Oh, no, man.
our man, Mr. Olszewski.
Gombosuren Munkau is playing against Michał Olszewski. He said his alter ego because of Michał's eyes. I know you've seen it, that his eyes are very small, so he told us he's playing against his alter ego.
Right.
From Mongolia. And we are somewhere here, yes?
Yes.
Yes, we are here thinking of bishop e3 and knight d4. So it was a game. And what was our evaluation of that game? That knight d4 should be played, or?
Well, he played knight d4.
Yes, he played, but we are thinking of bishop e3 in this position, yeah, in that position, and about knight d4 as well. But here we said that after taking with a pawn, white would be good after b4 and knight d3. That's why he took with a bishop. Take, bishop e2, check.
Takes.
And
he won a pawn.
Yeah, because it was hanging on g2 also.
Yeah.
He won
this
a
is
pawn.
a good result.
It's a clear pawn up.
Yeah, this is a great result for Michał.
Bishop f5, rook e7, rook b8. He has to protect his 7th rank.
Queen a5.
Bishop c2, which is really a good. I think he will win easily.
I think he'll win this as well.
Here and queen b6. Of course, he would like to play d3, d2. He would like to exchange queens, which is not.
Yeah, and then d3, d2 comes.
And if queen d2, for example, I think he will just take pawn on b2. Probably he can do it. And then just to play d3 and be 2 pawns up, to clear and healthy 2 pawns up, which will be brilliant for him. Or maybe here, there is some problem after knight d5, bishop d5.
Bishop d5. Oof. Well, still not a.
Rook f8, yeah, it's not
the end of the world, yeah.
Not yet. Hopefully.
Hopefully not the end of the world. Maybe queen f4 is a problem.
Queen f4, bishop g6.
Yeah.
It might be quite risky to take the pawn on b2 because the queen is out of play. Here I can just take on f7, for example, yeah?
Well, even this isn't so good for white. Rook f7.
Rook f7, I'll take... it hangs on f2.
Yeah.
The weakness of f2 pawn is now clearly seen.
Yes.
And we clearly seen, and this position is, I think, that technically won for black. But of course, I don't have to take on b2 in this position. Yeah? I just can come back on g6 with a bishop and then push d3, and I will be more than satisfied with black. It's a healthy pawn, so I think Michał Olszewski will also win today.
Let me make a suggestion. We're getting close to the time control now.
All right.
So why don't we just take a very short break, and then we'll get right back into it, where they'll be getting into the last minutes, and it'll be quite exciting. So we'll be right.
Quite a cool idea.
We'll be back in a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the 13th World University Chess Championship in Katowice in Poland. I have a special guest, WIM Klaudia Kulon from Poland. I will try to translate our little interview. So, okay, I will start in Polish and then translate everything. Klaudia, jak oceniasz dzisiejszą partię? Co wyszło, co nie wyszło? Jak się czułaś po debiucie?
No, po debiucie w miarę podobała mi się pozycja, także myślę, że było ok. Później były drobne komplikacje, no ale też miałam przewagę czasową, także to wykorzystałam i udało się wygrać.
Okay, so I asked about the opinion of opening, and Claudia responded that it wasn't not so bad after the opening, but then something happened. I'm curious what, and then thanks to the time travel of an opponent, she managed to overtake the initiative and to win. W którym momencie twoja przeciwniczka popełniła błąd? Największy taki, po której byłaś już zadowolona ze swojej pozycji, bo z tego co widzę koło 20 ruchu, no z tej pozycji twojej nie byliśmy za bardzo
No ja
dumni.
też właśnie tak coś mi się pomyliło w tych wariantach, nie widziałam planu koń D6, koń C4 w ogóle. Myślałam, że będzie musiała bić na A5 i jak wezmę na B4 to będę miała lepszą pozycję. Także to przeoczyłam niestety. A ucieszyłam się jak już E5 zagrała. Doliczyłam tam w 24 ruchu. Znaczy, no nie wiem, to trzeba by było sprawdzić na komputerze, bo są bardzo tam możliwe, że może jakoś święcić tam jakość w dobrej redakcji. No ale ja doliczyłam się, że jest okej.
So I asked Claudia when she felt that it's gonna be okay, and she answered that she was happy with the move of E5 played by an opponent. Then she calculated all the things. Of course, she's not perfectly sure because of the fact that we should check it on the engine, with the engine. But here she has seen that she takes an exchange, so she was quite happy with that.
Myślę, że zamiast B3 chyba jeszcze wieża C5 było dokładniejsze.
Probably instead of B3, black should have played rook C5.
Bishop B4.
Bishop B4. So we speak some English, come on. It's not so easy to translate it, okay. And further, rook C7, yeah?
No, maybe knight E3.
All right,
Maybe something like that, but I don't know. Queen D3
yes.
and rook C4.
Rook C4, and it can be quite tricky.
Yes,
Rook,
and
Bishop F8, for example, yeah? Something like that.
maybe, but knight F1.
And what if I jump away?
I don't know. Bishop.
H3, yeah.
Yes.
It's quite complicated position.
Yes,
yeah?
yes.
It's not so easy to be played with neither of colors. So okay. And then after B3, it was already lost.
Yes, I think it's okay because I
Queen
have
C1.
bishop C3.
All right, Bishop C3 now. Yeah, because your opponent had to play Rook C5 to
Yes.
protect the C6 point, and Rook C5, Bishop C3, H4. Still, okay, Knight B3. If you have such a thing, yeah, you evaluated it properly, I think. Here already have a very good position. And
No, może jeszcze zamiast wieża C5 odejść hetmanem, bo nie mogę bić na B5, bo AB i wieża mi się nie mieści.
all right.
Także może
So
jeszcze coś...
maybe the better chance for black was just to escape, because white cannot take the rook, because this rook is, this rook doesn't have any space.
Yes.
That's why, but still rook b4, it's good for white for sure.
Yeah, it's better, but not...
Not winning, yeah.
Yeah, already.
But rook c5, rook bishop c3, I think it's really the thing that wins game. And here, I would still be afraid of hg and this position of your king. But okay, you did it very well, queen d4, and you won. Quite cool game. What's your purpose here at the whole tournament? Like twój cel?
No, miejsce medalowe i chciałabym w końcu zrobić trzecią normę na arcymistrzynię. Także mam nadzieję, że jak się nie udało na olimpiadzie, to mam nadzieję, że się uda tutaj.
All right. Claudia's aim is to not only to win a medal in this competition, but also to make a third woman grandmaster Nom that she didn't manage to obtain in Oslo, in Tromsø, at the Olympiad play. So we wish you all the best. Would you like to make a greeting to somebody?
Tak, chciałabym pozdrowić Anię Iwanów i Karinę Szczepkowską-Chorowską.
Right.
I dziękuję.
Dziękuję bardzo. A to podeprze. Okay. Okay. All right, we have another guest. We have another guest. I think I will have to translate it properly. Do you speak English?
No.
Okay. My name is Marcin. Okay, so now even tougher question, task for me. I will have to translate from Russian to English. So, okay. Здравствуйте. Как вы чувствовали после дебюта сегодня? Потому что мы тоже анализируем немножко, но мне эта позиция не нравилась белыми. Как ты об этом думал?
Ну, партия получилась довольно-таки интересной. Мне кажется, что по дебюту мне удалось получить перевес. То есть получилась довольно выгодная редакция варианта Паулсена за другой цвет.
Да, конечно.
Да.
Moment. So I asked about the opening. How did our guest evaluated it? And he said that he was quite satisfied because it's opposite Sicilian, and with a tempo, extra tempo. So he was quite satisfied. Да, ну конечно. Даже мой.
Я не уверен, что слон d3 у меня был хороший. Возможно, стоило пойти попроще. Слон e2, возможно, или d3.
Да, тоже так думаю.
Да.
Потому что слон на d3, но...
Все равно мне пришлось потом возвращаться
Да,
назад.
назад пойти. So our guest thinks that bishop d3 wasn't the best idea of his in this game, because he had to come back on e2. So probably moves like bishop e2 or simple d3 was much better. Ну да, конечно. Ну что, посмотрим дальше немножко. Слон e8 это нормально. Я думал, что этой позиции после g6 и слон g7, думал, что конь d5, ладно c8. Может быть, что ему надо было сразу пойти на c8, да?
Возможно, но мне кажется, мой соперник зевнул идею e4. Он думал, что я буду проводить d4, возможно.
So probably his opponent thought that white would play d4 instead of e4, and he was preparing himself for that solution. And after e4, Sun thinks that he's better. Knight e4. Да?
Вот здесь важный момент перед ладьей e1.
Да?
Ладья f1, может быть, было сильнее сыграть.
Probably rook fd1 was better.
Потому что теперь уже хода конь h7 нету.
There is no possibility to...
Из-за d4.
Because of d4. Ну да, перевес у вас есть
такой,
просто.
да.
Перевес просто нормально.
Ну так получше, конечно, но ничего.
Ничего большего, да.
Да.
So it's a little bit better for white, not nothing special, but still he would be satisfied with that. So много времени вы думали об этом?
Да,
этой позиции?
конечно.
So he was thinking really hard in this game, in this position. So why did you? Почему вы сыграли тогда ладья e1, а не вместо?
Я не ожидал хода конь h7.
It was a surprise that his opponent played knight h7.
Довольно сильный ход оказался, и у черных две угрозы, и пойти либо f5, либо конь g5.
So it was a very tricky move that was overlooked by our guest, and that the knight can go on g5. There are two threats actually of black, two plans, knight g5 or f5. So it was, that's why rook fd1 was much better. Knight a7. Так, дальше вы сыграли ладья.
Ладья d1 пошел, защитился от угрозы f5, на f5 d4. Оказалось довольно интересно.
So after f5,
d4,
d4,
fe, ферзь e4, слон f5,
Да.
ферзь h4.
да.
Вот если fe, то, ед, если
ед.
то конь d4, ладья e4, слон g4, кажется.
Слон g4, очень прекрасный ход. Very nice move, which was seen, which was calculated by Sanan Sugirov in that game.
Я не уверен, что эта позиция, правда, такая хорошая, но
He
мне
doesn't
казалось
believe that it was so good,
интересно.
but it's quite interesting. Но что после, если я возьму на e4, например? Могу и нет.
Кажется,
Ладья e4, конь
ладья
c6, да?
e4, конь c6 и конь e7.
It doesn't work because of rook e4,
Или
bishop
даже может
e1.
теперь... Да, слон d1, вот правильно, конь c6,
Knight c6,
и
yes.
на bc, если ты ладья e7, кажется, есть ход.
And rook e7, yes, and you are winning. И белые выигрывают, да? Ну, хорошо. Конь же, тогда он конь же5 играл,
Да,
тогда
он
сильно,
сыграл
да?
сильно с
Нормально.
конь g5, и
Вы
и
взяли.
на взятие, вот ферзь d2, и здесь
d2.
очень сильный ход ферзь d8, потому что
It's
иначе,
very,
если ходить g4, то мне казалось, я могу пойти и h4,
Да.
либо же просто вот забрать на g4.
да, и потом.
Ну и, то есть слон g4, допустим, довольно ход интересный f4 здесь есть.
И теперь f4, да?
Может быть.
It was very good move, queen d8, very strong one, because after g4, white can choose between h4 and just this, just playing with the plan h5, да? С планом h5 может быть,
Да.
g3, король g2, да?
Ну или ферзь g5 уже
Ферзь
грозит.
g5, да. И h,
Судей конь e3, потом там пешка еще тоже.
and this pawn can be very weak because of knight e3. And that's why, and also the other possibility for white was to just take on g4, bishop g4 and f4, which was extremely interesting position. Ну, по-моему, ну, у тебя просто есть
Да,
перевес.
просто
да.
ясный перевес.
So quite a clear advantage for white. Black doesn't show any counterplay here. Да. Тогда он сыграл дама
Ферзь
d8.
d8, конечно, очень сильный ход.
It's
и
very strong move, yeah.
у меня, ну, единственный ход, мне кажется, c1 аж. Иначе у меня просто нет. Значит, черный играет конь d4 теперь, потом c6.
Да, так я думал. It was the plan we are talking about, that knight d4 and c6, and no advantage at all. I think, я думаю, что инициатива может быть уже в руках черных, да?
То есть
So-
за счет вот этих двойных пешек они теперь уже представляют силу.
Mhm. And those pawns on G file may be very strong now. They protect all very important squares. That's why the bishop c1 was the only move probably. Да?
f6 единственный ход.
It's
да.
also the only move.
Слон g4,
Yeah.
возможно. В этот момент я считал, что у меня небольшой перевес.
Our guest thought that he stands a little bit better now,
Сейчас я думаю, наверное, ошибался. Все-таки, наверное, равная позиция.
but now he considers this position as being equal actually. Okay, конь d4, думаю, что нормальный
Все
ход.
правильно. Не, так мне кажется, до конца уже партии мы играли довольно хорошо уже.
Uh-huh. So he thinks that till the end of the game it was played quite well. Knight e6, knight e3, bishop rook f8.
f8 очень сильный ход грозит f5.
The threat is to play f5, f4 probably and just develop the attack.
Поэтому конь c2, судья d4 где-то.
So-
Слон b2, да?
Okay, the idea was to play d4, just to do something with white. f5, да?
Был здесь интересный момент пойти здесь d4.
It was quite interesting to play d4 now, so to sacrifice it. Тогда,
ед невозможно из-за ef, поэтому...
да, you cannot take on d4 because of taking off f5.
Поэтому конем надо бить.
You have to take with a knight.
Конь d4,
Knight takes on d4.
ед и ферзь g5.
And now queen
Да.
g5.
Ну, я думаю, здесь, если на победу, то только черные могут играть.
So the only side that can try to play for a win is black, for sure. Ну да.
Мне не нравилась эта позиция. то есть,
He
да.
didn't like this position. That's why our guest.
Да, поэтому я пошел слон
Played.
b2, но я видел, что после ферзь f6, то, скорее всего, партия закончится ничью.
So he was sure about that. After queen f6, this game will be drawn. So after d4, taking till the end on d4, it's quite an equal position. Это был конец, да?
Ну, еще сыграл f4, gf, ладья f4.
So till the end it was like that.
Здесь закончилась партия.
It was the end of the game.
Конечно, партия не очень зрелищная получилась.
Хорошо.
Полдесятого утра.
Да, конечно, так утром играть это неприятно.
Да.
Скажи меня, я думаю, что ты просто хочешь выиграть этот турнир, да? Правильно?
Ну, логично, если я первый стартовый номер.
So I ask what's the aim of our guest in the tournament, and of course it's winning this tournament because he's the top seed of a tournament. And I think, how long did you travel? Сколько времени тебе надо было, чтобы тут приехать, туда приехать? В Польшу.
Ну, мы все команды из Москвы,
Из Москвы.
самолетом в Польшу.
Okay. So he went from Moscow, flight from Moscow, and it wasn't so bad. Okay, so I wish you luck. Удачи тогда. Спасибо. Okay, and we have, in a moment, we'll see something more. So this game was really quite an interesting thing. Okay. We have our new guest from Brazil, international master Evandro Aharim Barbosa, who won against Grandmaster Alexander Shimanov. We will try to find it. Hi, my name is Marcin. I don't know any Portuguese, so sorry, but we'll have to use English. I'm not so skilled yet, but I will do my best to learn something more. All right, you will playing with black against a very strong grandmaster from Russia, Alexander Shimanov. We've seen. Okay, so what do you think about the game?
Maybe I
Was it
realize
all right? Was it a surprise in the opening for you?
after day,
Yeah.
think,
Knight f6.
next e5.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's all the theory, yes.
yeah, yeah.
Knight b5, bishop b4, bishop d2, a6.
And this moment, maybe bishop takes
c3.
knight c3.
Yeah.
No.
Wait.
No.
Bishop b4.
Bishop takes.
b4. Okay. b4 is yes. Okay. ab.
Takes.
You have to take it.
And bishop d6.
And bishop d6, just to sacrifice a pawn here, yes? Just to sacrifice, sorry. Put very
okay.
loud. Knight, bishop d6, and you would like to, maybe he could have
I think
sacrifice.
have one game in Brazil with black. Queen e5,
a5, yes?
and now knight c3,
Knight c3, yes?
b4.
b4, it was a game played
Yeah.
by you,
No,
By
by
somebody else.
Brazil.
or by Brazilian player, all right? Now, okay, it's quite a sharp line, I must tell you. Knight b5 probably, yeah?
And b3.
b3, queen d, knight c3 or queen
Yeah,
d2 is,
I remember.
Queen d2?
Knight c3.
yeah, knight c3, because I think that after queen d2, I can just take on
Maybe.
d2, take and rook play rook e2,
Knight
e4, yeah? Knight e4 at first, and then it's very risky for white, that's why he cannot do it. He should play here, knight c3, yes?
and now
Knight e4,
knight e4.
so it's quite good for black, it seems like a very good
Yeah.
position for white, for black, sorry.
Queen d3 and
Yeah, even knight,
takes.
even here
and
would be interesting,
knight takes c3
yes,
and bc3.
yes, and
And now
queen a2.
knight d4.
Queen a2 can be
Maybe.
quite tricky, yeah?
Yeah.
You can check it, but of course also knight d4 is very tempting position for black.
I remember the game follow bishop g2.
Yes.
And
Now, still,
yeah.
bishop g2, yes, knight c2,
Knight c2.
yes,
Queen d2.
King d2.
No, king d2.
But
and
here I think that don't she win
black
after,
is
yes, very good,
winning.
first league swing. Even taking on a2 is quite tempting.
Yeah, me.
All right, it's
Yeah,
quite
maybe.
risky, yeah, we can just play
Yeah.
ba and you are
Mhm.
really better. All right,
Or rook a6.
all right,
Uh,
something like that, yes, it's very good for black for
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
That's why, and that's why probably he played.
I think
did he-
now
did he
black,
take-
don't have a problem. Black is okay.
Black is okay. So the only possibility to
Yeah.
fight for an advantage is with bishop b4,
Mhm.
which is quite risky. All right,
Yeah.
knight bc3, d5, yep,
Mhm.
cd, knight d5, bishop d2.
D2.
Yes, you don't have any problems
Yeah.
actually, because especially because of that very weak knight
Mhm.
on b1, bishop e6. You are developed very well. Castle, knight,
Yeah.
knight d6. Well, very nice
Yeah.
move also. Also, I think after a castle you don't have any problems at all.
But castle and
Yes?
knight takes.
On d5? Oh, bishop and taking on b4, yeah?
Yeah. And
Nothing special
Mhm.
happens. Yeah, you wanted something more from that position, I guess.
yeah.
Knight b6 was a good move. Knight a4. Yes, we are thinking of how should black now play? How black should play? We are thinking of knight a4. We are calculating it, during the commentatory comment, and here, but we didn't like.
D1.
Yeah, rook d1. Even I think taking on d2 and then on c6 would bring something more, but I don't think that it's very much for white in this position. You make a castle, rook d2, or knight d2, and queen even c7. I think it's not so bad for you, but still okay. You wanted something more, bishop d2, bishop c6. Yes, any other move actually loses. Yes, yes,
Yeah,
because
maybe knight takes
b2,
b6.
b6. Yes, okay. But your
Because knight takes
d2 loses already. Yes,
yeah.
because king goes on e7. Yeah, we've seen it. Knight d2. Although we don't use any engine, as it's very risky to say anything. We are calculating like that. Queen d2, bishop c6, bc, queen c6, king e7, and you are just escaping your one piece up. So after here you say queen knight b6, queen b6, queen d2. Probably I'll have to take with, I can with knight actually. But after casting, I don't think you have any problems.
FBA.
Yeah, the idea is to put the rooks on the open files. Rook a8 or to double your rooks on d file. You must be good. I would be proud of that position if I were white. Black, sorry. Bishop c6 check, bc. And here, alright, it's quite regular thing. And we thought that you will play c4 now. Just to show that this pawn is really, really weak. It was quite also, I think it was quite okay, but your plan, rook d4, maybe is even better, because he cannot take it, of course. And after playing e3, rook b4, if he plays b3 now, you always have this threat of c4, yes?
C4.
And you just, every ending of yours would be better, because you have a bishop against a knight, yeah, and the pawn stands on.
Very weak thing.
Yes, and very weak here. You can see that those
king
pawns,
side.
really, king will have suffer a lot in that position. Okay, he played rook d2, rook b8, rook a d1. Of course, you cannot take a pawn because of the mate on 8th rank. g6. We are thinking about h6, but we thought that after rook d6, it's better to play g6 than because you cannot come back on b7. Yes, the mate is still there. That's why g6. Although I think that you just make some weaknesses of black squares, but he cannot use it actually properly. That's the point. All right. Rook d6.
I don't know, maybe queen a5.
Queen a5. Ah.
I'm not sure. But
What was you calculating? What was your expectation?
But,
Yeah.
but now rook d8.
Rook-
No.
cannot.
Knight
Knight
d5.
d5, all right. Or I have to take probably.
Take a bit.
Take on b2, yeah.
Queen e4.
Something can happen with that weakness, yes, of black squares. And you will probably have to take on d5, and winning that position will be very, very hard.
Yes. Maybe take.
On d5, yeah?
No.
Maybe.
Taking two. I'm not sure this position.
Yeah, for sure, you cannot lose it, for sure, but you want something more from that,
Yeah, maybe.
I can imagine.
The move the game is better. No?
Yeah, probably queen b7 is better, knight d5, took on b2, queen c5,
Maybe queen e4.
queen e4,
No.
alright. Alright, I just want to take on e5, of course, and then my knight will be really dangerous and your king will be in really big trouble.
And now bishop takes.
Yeah, we probably will have to take, yes,
And take.
with that rook, or maybe with the other one.
I don't know.
Me neither.
Uh,
So, but I thought about moving rook to d2, but it's not.
Maybe now rook b1.
Yes, king g2 and
rook e8.
rook e8, just to not to have this check, or to take on e5, to protect the pawn on e5. Yeah, yeah, probably. But of course, there are some problems still. I
Not
think
so easy.
it's not so clear.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. So because then the f7 pawn can be really attacked severely. For example, you have to play, I don't know, queen c6 or queen a8, how to say. But it's quite different. Yeah, queen e4 was much better. Probably it will. Yeah.
Queen takes c4.
Yeah.
C5 maybe.
Queen took
It's
c5.
a bad move.
Probably it's a big mistake of Alexander Shimanov. Rook b5. Rook c4, the only move, forced. All right. Rook b1 in exchange, yeah. And the queen is pinned with a knight, so it's very unpleasant for white. No tricks like knight f6 are still here. Just king g7, yes. It's nothing special for white. Just losing. All right. Rook took on b1, king, queen, king g2, rook b4. Very nice tactical move, I must tell you. I would be very glad if I made such a move in all my games. Because, of course, as we can see, you cannot.
The
White
only
cannot.
move is queen e2.
Queen e2. Why? Oh, because the threat is that after, for example, queen c5, I will give
Yeah, bishop h3.
bishop h3 of mate. Very nice one. Very wise tactical move. Yes. So the only move, because I have to protect this point.
And no,
Was
I
queen
don't
e2.
know.
No, it's very nice. It's very nice choice for black. All right. I think bishop g4. No, I cannot. Sorry. See why
Maybe
I'm not playing.
b2.
Rook b2. All right. I know. How about? I cannot take because of queen e4, of course.
Yeah.
So here
Queen
I would have
f3.
queen f3. Probably is the only move. And what else here can be done? How to improve your position? Yes, that's the question. In this position, how to improve it? Because it looks very nice. Your bishop is much better. The knight hangs and so on, but still, it's not so easy. Quite funny. It looks like something should be here.
Maybe no. Queen e4.
Queen e4, queen f. Oh, of course.
f3.
F3 the only move because I
Queen
cannot.
b1.
And just to come back, yes, I couldn't play queen f3 because of
Bishop h3.
bishop h3, nice trick, and f3 was the only move. And even here, black is.
No. No. Knight takes.
Oh, knight takes before. I'm also blind, all right. Yeah, because it's a threat. Yeah, you're right. So maybe queen e2 was the last chance, last bell for white to do something. It's still not so easy. It looks like, you know, we should be winning somewhere.
Rook e4.
Rook a4, yeah? No,
No.
because of knight c3. Still, it's very unpleasant piece, knight, as you can see. Still, I think it's not so easy.
Yeah.
It's amazing, I must say. I would say it's perfect position for black. Although those black squares can be dangerous, yeah. That's the only counterplay of white. But okay, your opponent played knight f6 check, which is already losing, yes?
Yeah.
King g7, knight e8, king f8, queen c5, and very nice tactical. It's brilliant mate. King f3 the only move, queen h1, queen h1, king e2, queen f1 here, and after rook b2, black resigned, white resigned. It's a very good play, very good game, I must say. I'm really impressed about these tactical possibilities of black. All right, tell me something about you. Are you still a student? Maybe you're working, as many of our students playing here.
Yeah.
You're a student still.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you study? What field?
I student law.
You are studying law.
Yeah.
Plenty of you. Some attorneys here. How long did the journey last from Brazil to Poland? How long did it take to get here? The flight, how long was it?
Maybe 10 hours.
10 hours? Not so bad. Being honest, not so bad. you know, people from Mexico, I don't believe the distance is over 10,000 kilometers. So what's your aim in that tournament? A GM norm, a medal after such a game?
I have 2 GM norms.
So only one left, yes?
I hope in this tournament
All right.
the last norm.
What do you think about the organization of that tournament? How do you find the hotel and the playing area, for example?
That's a very good.
Nice to
very
hear
nice.
it. All right,
Yeah.
I will keep my finger crossed for you, and I wish you your last norm will be here, will be done here, and thank you very much for interview. Once more, congratulations. Thanks. So now, after very nice interviews, sorry for my mistakes, but you know I'm doing it live, different languages. It's not so easy. I'm not so good at it, but I think not so bad. I wish I learned. But if you have any feedback, just go to the Facebook and write any comment you want. Of course, we will try to get some other people here to say something, some few words about their games. And let's get back to the games. I think we would like to see the first rounds. So we can see that the first round, the first boat made a draw. Jan Krejci were analyzing the game of Jan Krejci against Zaven Andasaryan from Armenia. And we are somewhere here as far as I remember. Queen d5. Yes, queen d5 and king h8. Bishop a4, b8, knight d2, knight c7, and knight queen f3, knight b5. And that was the position we are, I think. If not, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. But no. So, I thought it would be just, you know, the Clash of the Titans. It will last forever. And it was like few moves and black offered a draw. Bishop d2, rook c8, rook c1, queen d7. Just as we thought, it's really double-edged position. It's very unclear who's better. Both sides have their pluses. The blacks' good things is that the pawn on a3 will be always very weak, and on c3 as well. But on the other hand, how to improve your position how to improve it, I don't know. Mainly due to the fact that the king of black's king is really very weak because of that pawn structure g6 h5, and maybe it was a good tactical idea to make a draw in this position, because then we have double round today, so you have to take some strength, some power to play the remaining one. So it's not so easy. All right. The next one, Shimanov, we were talking about. Dariusz Fierch made a draw against Yiping Lu, who is said to be very good player, who even made some troubles to against Kramnik. We're analyzing that. Rook d5, king f2, f6, knight g3, and we are thinking, what should black do? Because after taking an ag and then e4, white can start to fight for an advantage, which of course Dariusz Fierch didn't want to allow. That's why he played knight h4, bishop h1. I don't like that move, I must tell you. I think rather he should play bishop h3. Of course, bishop h1 is connected with the plan of making the bishop free after f4, for example. And so king f7, f4, rook d6, knight e4, and after rook d5, Darek Świercz offered a draw, which was, which was agreed. Of course, I don't think that white has any problems. He has solved all his problems, and I think he could even try to fight further. But as previously, as I said previously, we have 2 rounds today, and so you have to have some power for the other game, which will start at 4. And so after rook d5, the threefold repetition can occur after such moves. So the draw is, I think that the position is something around equality. Black is forced to play rook d5 because the pawn on c5 hangs, otherwise white would take it, and it's quite a good result for both players in that position. The next game we're looking at was this sacrifice on d5 and f7, which was extremely interesting, and black had to give back the piece. So there were 3 pawns together for a knight, and we were somewhere here, and I thought that I would prefer to take black in that position, and maybe I'm mistaken. It may occur, of course. Knight, queen, knight, and rook d2. Now white's plan is quite easy, to push all the pawns and just catch one of the piece of black. Knight g6, bishop d6. Maybe black could have played rook d8 now, and after rook c2, rook d6, but a4 shows that it's maybe a4, I don't know, I'm not sure, because after e4, sorry, not a4, e4, knight can jump to e7, which is not so clear, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. So it's very complicated still, it's very complicated position. Of course, white didn't want to give away his pair of bishops in that position, but after rook d6, bishop d6 to rook d8 was really quite an interesting possibility. So further, it was knight e7, bishop c4, bishop g6. As you can see, the pawns will start to be pushed, but very, very slowly. You don't have to hesitate here. You don't have to be hurried here. Knight c6, rook a2, and how was it further? I'm quite interested before. Yeah, you can see so many pawns against a piece, especially in such a position are very, very strong. Let's go further. Yeah, look, the pieces don't know where to go. They are limited by those, especially that bishop from f6 is limited by pawns from d4, e3, and rook d3. And here you can see that that pawn actually won a game. Here we have only two games left in the men tournament, and 2 men games left only. I will try to find something interesting. So many games from the top are already finished, and one of the games is Granda the Dame. I like it. I like that son, I must tell you. Nicolas Granda the Dame against Kulasande Mafania, a much better player, is playing with white, and he's actually winning because he's pawn up in that position, and I believe that it's already won for white. Here we have a special guest from Poland, Grandmaster Jacek Tomczak. We will see his game in a moment. We'll find it in a moment, and then I think in a moment I will be here. Where is our friend? Please come here. Take a microphone, please, if you can. Second draw, my friend, as I can see. We were expecting something more.
Yes, of course, expecting more, but both games were rather not good for me.
All right. Now we were playing against Zan Tomazini. Where
yes,
was
it
he
was
from?
It's a second Slovenian player which
All
he
right.
played.
Oh,
He played well in the opening, and later I equalized, but I think I have no more. Maybe
nothing
it was
more.
maybe it was a one moment. I played.
We'll try to see it in a moment.
Okay,
All
I
right.
played Bishop F8,
In a move
31.
31. So here it's quite correct. Oh, the escape of a king.
Yes, yes, it's a very interesting idea to move the king to the other
Flank, yes.
Yeah.
Because the queen on h7 is really maybe really dangerous.
Yes, and b8 is a good score for the king.
So look, a long castle,
Yes, it was a long castle.
really long from g8 to b8. It really takes some time. Okay, bishop c2, king c7, and
Yes, it was
here, yes,
his return. Yes, I think that the bishop b6 wasn't a good move. Probably he should return to the c3,
yeah.
and
Just,
after bishop b6.
yes, okay, she should play here, and it was. I think you are higher a little bit in this position. I would evaluate your position. I like your position a little bit more.
Yes.
h5, for example, yeah.
And now if queen f4, probably
Yes.
it's the king f1.
King f1,
Yes.
also escaping.
Yes, also escape to the other flank.
Right.
I saw this position, and if queen c1, king e2, it's no problem for white. I
Yes.
think.
How can you attack more? Yeah.
Yes, and it's a problem with the pawn g6 or plans like queen g8, queen a8,
Yes. Queen a8. Yeah.
maybe.
It's quite a risky for you.
Yes, but bishop b6, I think it wasn't a good move.
So it was a mistake of his. Yeah.
I think I played bishop f8 because I haven't seen the idea of a4 later, but maybe now I can play queen f4.
Queen f4 now.
Yes, yes, because now the idea of king f1
Doesn't
it's
work,
not
yeah?
possible, yes,
Yeah, it
because
doesn't work,
of queen
sorry.
c1 and
Ah.
queen b2.
Yes. Yes. Of course. For
But
sure
I
it
was
only-
short of time, and I saw only bishop f8, yeah, and it's.
So
it's-
here
I
was
was sure that it's okay for me, and I think that it's even better. But I haven't seen the idea of a4 and it equalized.
So okay. How about g3 now?
Now check and take on b2.
All right. Yeah. Still, and the bishop hangs here.
Yes, yes, it's a
That's the
wrong
point.
score for the bishop. Yeah, if
Exactly.
bishop c5, exchange and queen f6.
Yeah. You're.
Oh,
You should
or
be
king
winning.
c6. Okay.
Yeah.
Even.
But you should be winning. Yeah. With such a king at 2 pawns against one on this flank on
Yes,
this queen
I-
side against this one, you should be much better and I think easily be winning actually.
Yes,
Not
I think-
easily, okay, but
Okay.
you are much better. Let's put it that way. Okay, queen f4 here. So what else could he have?
How truly, I don't know.
Maybe how about taking on? No, mate is hanging on c1. I
Yes,
cannot
it's
take
a
on
mate.
this. Yeah, your threat is actually to play queen c1 here, and you will be really.
So
Better.
I am a little nervous.
Now, yes, it looks like you could have played that.
Yes, I think that it's everything okay with bishop f8 because I saw the idea of exchanging on d7 the queens,
Mhm.
and later I thought that it's a problem with defending the
D4.
d4 score,
Mhm.
but I haven't seen the a4 move.
Ah,
And after
that's the
a4,
point.
it's completely equal.
Yeah, completely equal. Because if there wasn't such a move, for example, okay, let's improve king f1 just
It's
for
king
sure.
c6.
King
Yes,
C6, yeah.
it's a problem because bishop c5, maybe b6,
B6
at once,
even, yeah.
or maybe even bishop f5 and later b6.
Yeah, to exchange, yeah. It's
Okay,
not,
maybe now it's king e2.
all right, but there's no enough
Yes,
space,
but-
yeah.
but-
Here, and for example, a5, just to
Yes.
take on d4, yeah.
Yes,
And
yes.
clearly, you are the only one that can win that game, and probably you would. But of course, he played a4, which didn't give you any chance to do
Any
anything.
chances? I thought instead of bishop h6 about playing bishop
f8,
f5. No,
f5
no.
just to h5, yeah. Here,
Maybe something like
or at
Okay,
the end,
here.
here
Okay.
even. All right.
But the main problem is that
You don't have to take it.
Yes.
You can just escape.
Yes, it's just bishop b2 and I have no more idea. Yes, so bishop c2, b3.
I bet you
c4.
didn't.
I think it's not possible. But even at the end, after bishop c4, it's
So it was
maybe.
h5, bishop c5, bishop h6. Was it further? Played further? or not?
No,
It was a draw.
the end. Maybe instead of bishop h6, maybe you can try bishop f5, but
Still, it's quite risky.
it's quite risky.
Well,
I was completely short of time. Okay, bishop c2.
Bishop
I
c2.
try.
All right, I don't know. Let's put it, g3. All right, I will put
Okay, bishop b3.
bishop and go on c4.
Yeah.
I thought about going a4, b5, then I can go on d1. To run away from it. So maybe
Yeah, well, you were smart, but me too.
I do my best, really, man. I do my best. Maybe king should go here. Bishop b3 still,
Yeah,
the plan,
of
king
course.
e1.
And bishop c4.
We were playing blind chess few days ago against Jacek, and he beat me 2-0. So I'm not really. I expect to lose him in this analyze against him too. So
But you know that
I'm really afraid of it.
even if white plays something like bishop d1,
All
the
right.
plan of d3, I have okay pawn a5.
Yeah, pawn e5 is.
Yes, and bishop. Yes.
And
yes,
even
okay.
after before, I can go this way. Yes.
Yes,
Via
and it's a
c1 and
problem.
I take a pawn. So maybe that was the only possibility for you to do something at that position. Yeah.
Yes, but of course it's very risky. But even if white take on f5
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
and play something like king h2, it's why I wasn't sure about the
Yeah,
move h5.
yeah.
Because now king has the short distance to this pawn and
It's quite risky. Yeah.
yes,
that-
h3 would be a free advanced pawn.
Yeah, and the problem is,
suppose,
I think, I think that the main problem here is that the time control is really limited,
Yes.
and so you are already out of time. You run out of time, and it was quite risky to think in the second. It's only the second round. It's the kickoff of that whole tournament. So I think it was quite a good tactical move to make a draw in that position. Yeah, if you
Maybe
weren't
yes,
sure.
but
If you have
from the other side.
Yeah, but if you have won, you would say, okay, I raised. But if you have lost, you would say, shit, why didn't I
Yes,
make a
of
draw
course.
immediately? Yeah? Sorry if I can. All right, so very nice. What is your aim in that tournament? You're already Grandmaster, because many people come here and they say, I would like to make my last Grandmaster known. You're for a few years already you are a Grandmaster. So
2 years ago at this championship
in Portugal, in Guimarães.
Portugal, in Guimarães,
We are together.
yes, we played together. We made a silver medal,
In the team.
in the team championship. Previous year at Kazan, at University, we made a bronze medal, but it was
Yes, we are quite good.
but it was a team medals, yeah.
Yeah, team medals.
I
Exactly.
think about the individual medal.
Individual final, yeah. All right. Thank you, and I wish
you very
that you make
much.
it. Thanks. Okay. I think that. How about the other games? Because I'm taking some interviews all the time. So how about all the games are finished? Yes, right. I'm talking so much that I didn't even expect it. So I would like to see if there are any surprises, big surprises. For sure, the biggest one is in the men's section is that the Mr. Shimanov lost against Barbosa on the third board. We have seen that game. We were analyzing it online with a player. And what other thing? I don't see any other. There are some draws on the first, second, fourth, sixth, seventh board. So not many players left with 2 points out of 2. That shows how strong the tournament is. And how about women competition? For sure, is there only a draw on the first board is quite a surprising result. I would like to take a but a quick look at it. I think that White wanted to start. So we were analyzing it that b5 wasn't very well, but here we thought that White will manage to do something more, will do some more harm to Black. But no, I don't believe in this position really. So I think White has made real big mistakes somewhere, because the advantage was really clear. I think knight c4 even now would give good chances for White. but let's go further a little bit. Even in that position, if I say that in a good hands, so-called, white should win the position. But okay, it ended up with a draw. How about the other games? Not many surprises in this round. So I think it's the end of round 2. I would like to invite you to round 3 at 4 o'clock today. I will do my best to comment for you. See you soon.
się robi wtedy korytarz i tu zamykamy. I tak albo serio, to gdzieś tam taki kawałek.
Nie mamy co info przedstawiać. Może się nie kapnął.